Chat deserves to be gaslighted. I've been gaslit by chat multiple times. It's about time you get gaslit. That's right. You deserve it. It's true. It's called equality and it's International Women's Month. I shouldn't even be getting out of bed for less than $5. I really shouldn't. Nobody should have told me that it was International Women's Month because, like, it's only the 7th. And I'm just ready. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm just ready to go for the next month. I am here. I am ready. I have every joke in the book ready to absolutely... Yep. You have a point, or do you? I always have a point, actually. Tomorrow is the dedicated day, and I'm not even here, so you have to celebrate me today. We have to live in the future. Today is Support a Women Day because I'm not here tomorrow because I'm going to support other women. So by supporting me as a woman, you give me the joy and the happy mood to successfully go and support other women. It's praxis. Rokus, do not do that. Do not do that. Today is Slam the Scam. I am slamming, I am scamming, I am slaying, I am praying to women. So it's Support Women's Eve. Yes, it is. But we have to celebrate me today because we have no other days to celebrate me. Just today. But, chat, you know how I said I'd look pretty? I don't know if I do, but I did wear pink. So, you're welcome. I'm so feminine and smart and beautiful. You're welcome. I've been denying myself the rest of the contra-vid all day. Well, we learnt yesterday that anticipation is half the fun. And honestly, my reactions are some of the best out there. And you all know it. So you should have. Femme-maxing. I am femme-maxing. According to a very quick internet search, International Women's Day is the 8th of March, but I can't be here on the 8th of March because I am celebrating other women. Therefore, you have to celebrate me tonight on International Women's Month Eve so that I have the joy and the mental stability with which to celebrate other women. How are you celebrating other women? I'm a bridesmaid. I'm a bridesmaid. I'm pretty sure that's like peak solidarity for women. I have a headache. I did drink water today though, so weird. Anyway, how is everybody else? How was everybody else's day? Good? I hope it was good. I hope it was very good. Lucky it's only 29 tomorrow, not 37 like the next 3 days. Thanks for reminding me. Yes, it's going to be hot. I am currently doing washing. I'm currently doing my whites. Because yeah, I need some light clothes. I need some light clothes because it is going to be very hot. But earlier today I did scrub my skin to within an inch of its life so that I can fake tan. so that I at least look like I belong in the sun. That sounds horrible. This is one of the things. It's one of the things that you should do when celebrating women on International Women's Day Eve. You should acknowledge what women do to be, well, honestly, it's what I got scammed into doing, and you should support me in that. A fake tan, so full Trump. My fake tan does not look like Trump. There's also nutrients that give your skin a glowing color that people rate as more attractive than a suntan. What? Who? What? When? What? Huh? What? What? I could cover myself in body glitter and go the vampire route. I will not go orange. Actually, do you know what? I will show you the tan I use because I actually think it's the best one I've ever used. It's this one. Everybody has a different idea of what makes like a good tan, but it's so moisturizing. It's so moisturizing, and it fades really nicely. It doesn't go patchy. You don't look orange. At least nobody's ever said I look orange. Yeah. Is fake tan sunproof? Nope. I have sunscreen. I use La Roche-Posay liquid on my face, and I use Naked Sunday on my body. Why is there a turd? No, that's what the tan looks like, you silly Billy. Roach pussy. Oh my God, me too. Yeah, roach pussy is great. One time my ex left me home alone, so I put on her fake tan and used her black hair dye. I don't believe you. Because how long were you stuck in that fake tan? Did you even know how to use black hair dye? Did you ruin your hair for like, what? I don't believe you. Do you know how long fake tan lasts? This is a video I saw on nutrients you can eat to get glowing skin. Oh man. I'm always interested. It's probably pseudoscience.
Here's some science I wish I knew before I was in my 30s. You can change your skin color by eating the right fruits and veggies, and multiple studies have shown that this change is consistently rated as more attractive than an equivalent suntan, if you don't overdo it. So there are some tricks for getting it right. Welcome back to 30 Studies to Change Your Life.
Raw carrots make my throat itch. I don't like them.
Nutrition Week continued. Turns out that humans are wired to find the glow from a nutritious diet attractive, sort of like how peacocks flaunt their colors. Enter carotenoids, the colorful superheroes of the fruits and veggie world, also found in some animal products like egg yolks and salmon. But they're not just potential cancer and heart disease fighters, they also work wonders on your skin tone. From the orangey, alpha, and beta carotene that you find in carrots to the lycopene that you find in tomatoes. When you eat fruits and veggies, these carotenoids make their...
You are supposed to eat healthy. I'm not very good at that. I will be in the future. I'm practicing.
way out through your sweat glands and then back into the outer layer of your skin, making it look a bit more yellowish or reddish. Sort of like a natural bronzer and blush. These studies had people rate the attractiveness of the color change from either carotenoids or suntan in both Caucasian and black faces. And across the board, people rated the carotenoid coloring as being more attractive, which was a surprise to me. Then they showed that supplementing for just 8 weeks was enough to make a meaningful change. But I prefer foods to supplements, and which ones you choose and how you prepare them can make more than a 10x difference in the available carotenoids that you can consume. So next time we'll cover the best foods and preparation methods and a fun experiment that I'll be starting. So many sunburns that idiot younger me should have avoided.
Same. Do you know, like, when I was a kid, this is so dumb. Hey!
Full-blown house deposit, so...
Thorny!
Hey Pix and Chats Mixel hey, I've started the job search process. Wish me luck.
Good luck. Since you're the only non-misogynist in chat today, welcome. Thank you for the 54 months. Thank you for supporting women during International Women's Month. The rest of you could learn a thing or two. I'm so bad at the moment. Fucking lol. That is so exciting. I hope you find a good job. I'm excited for you. I am still mad at you. Look at the title. Look at the title. Of course I'm mad at you. When I was younger, because I was like the only pale one in my family, I was like, surely if I just stay in the sun long enough, I'll eventually tan. Do you know what I mean? Like my skin will just get used to it and I'll eventually tan. So I burnt myself to a crisp that I can remember like 3 times in my life pretty badly. Thinking I would tan. But I did not. Terrible.
It's a full-blown house deposit, so...
I'm trying to beat the Miss Orgonish tick allegations.
Then, problematic in your own way, but for once, definitely not a misogynistic person in chat. It's perfect. You may be keeping your future girlfriend a secret from us, not providing the details, leaving us all wondering. We don't get the drama. After season 1 of Subway Girl, you've left us hanging. But as we learnt from Contra, the anticipation is half the fun. So we'll just wait. We'll just wait. My cousin and I used to lather on coconut oil and see who could tan the most. Neither of us had sun-friendly skin. Different times. Yeah. If I had kids now, I'd literally just like dunk them in sunscreen. Oh, I'm sorry. Is it 20 degrees and overcast outside? You're not going outside unless you put sunscreen on. I just don't think it's worth it. Like, Strawman, as with most nutritional advice and most aesthetic advice, it's like, eat healthy. Eat healthy. Eat fruits and vegetables. Eat a varied diet of fruits and vegetables, you know? I've never once attempted to get a tan. Well, congratulations, you probably won't get skin cancer. Sunscreen is so icky though. Not if you get the right ones. Not if you get the right ones. Like, I have sunscreen on right now and it's not icky. Some sunscreen is icky. I use this. So, unless I'm going to be like full in the sun, but like fucked up full in the sun, I use like the proper cream. Like, if I'm going to the beach or something, I'll suck it up and I will put on the like full blown sunscreen, right? But on a daily basis, if I'm just like whatever, Yeah. It's not, so it's 50 plus. Glow Body Mist Sunscreen Spray. Vegan friendly, cruelty free, non-sticky formula. This non-aerosol, transparent, high-performance SPF mist is non-sticky, non-greasy, and has 0 white cast. Infused with hydrating watermelon and kakadu plum for a boost of vitamin C, your limbs will love you. It's 50 plus. It's 50 plus. It's worth every penny, because you know how like you wake up in the morning and you don't want to put sunscreen on. Like if it's a little bit warm outside, you don't want to put sunscreen on. You don't want to do it. Like you don't want to sit there and slather your body. But do you know what's really easy to do? That. And then I go down my arms. Like I go down my arms, and then yeah. No, it's not bad. Like you don't notice it too much. I'm just saying. That's why, like, this is the thing. What place sells that? I get it from Mecca. I get it from Mecca. How many times a day? To be honest, I only really apply it in the mornings. Like, I think it only lasts 4 hours. Shake well before and frequently during use. Generously spray. The trick is you've got to apply it 15 to 20 minutes before going in the sun, because it takes that long. And then you're supposed to apply every couple of hours. But the reality is I only apply it to areas that are seeing sun when I get the chance. Most of the time I just do it in the morning, and then that's a little bit of coverage, and then I might do it in the afternoon if I'm going for a walk. But like, because it's just a spray, it's so much more tolerable than being like, you know? And it doesn't smell bad either. No, you can't use too much. You can't use too much. And for your face, I'm going to show you, because it's the best one I found every time. It's the best one I found for your face, and you buy them on Amazon. Daddy Bezos. In fact, do you know what? If I had an Amazon affiliate link for you, I would give you an Amazon affiliate link. This. Actually, I can't show you. But you buy it off Amazon. It's not really gooey. Hold on, I'll show you. It's not gooey. It's actually like a liquid. Ready? Like it's not sticky. It's the best one I've found. and it doesn't hurt my eyes. You know how some sunscreens, like, don't put it in your eyes, obviously, but you know how some sunscreens feel awful, like here, and they can make your eyes feel really bad? This one doesn't do that because it's so thin. It's not too bad. I swear. This is my 4th bottle of this I've gone through, and I don't think I'll change. Is it good for my combination skin? I mean, sunscreen is the basis of all like skincare, and I know it feels counterproductive, like if you have acne or something, because you've got to be quite careful. Like if it depends on what kind of combination skin you have. Shut up. Like, I have combination skin in which my skin's pretty like dry out here, but I get like an oily nose. Like if that's the combination skin we're talking about, then it's absolutely fine. But like if you've got like acne or like really dry skin, you'd have to check it out. Anyway, the reason I was saying this is because it is going to be 36 degrees on the weekend at the wedding, and I am nervous about it because like that is spicy weather. That is some spicy weather. Tasmania. I do believe that the wedding is outdoors. I'm flying. Oh, Malicon, you subscribed. Thank you. You can refresh the chat to share it if you want. You're going to a wedding on Saturday? Nice. It'll be stunning into the evening. Like a warm evening for a wedding. Like incredible. Like imagine, like it's 9 o'clock and it's still warm. Like that's stunning. I don't know, that I just got goosebumps because you know how there's just something really, really beautiful about like a warm evening? You know, it I don't know, it gives cool drink, it gives holidays, it gives, I don't know, it gives good memories. Warm evenings feel like good memories to me. Is that unique? That other people feel that way? Because like they're not that common here. Because in Victoria, it doesn't really get, like at least where I'm from, it doesn't get that hot or anything like, I mean, it does, but not very often. So they feel few and far between. And I don't know, it just feels like good memories. I am. I'm yearning. Chad, I'm yearning for weather. They're almost all warm evenings. The cool ones are welcomed. Yeah, I suppose it's different depending on like where you live and your climate. I don't know. I picture those swings. I never had one, but God, I would love to have like a deck with like one of those little happy egg chairs that you sit in. Oh my God, that's my new dream. That's my new yearn. Chat, this is my new yearn. I'm yearning for a deck and one of those egg chairs, and then I can read my Kindle on a warm summer evening. It's my new yearn. I'm yearning. Say veranda so you don't confuse the NZ audience. Lol. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with my apartment. My lease ends this week. I don't know if I'm getting kicked out. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I know they have to give me 60 days notice to do anything, but I haven't heard shit. So, Adrian, I'm not transitioning, but thank you. Yeah, Malicon, I know. So I haven't, yeah, I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry, the mustache threw me off. Love. I don't really get what you're trying to do other than be transphobic. Like, is that it? Like, that's it, right? Ignore the troll, you don't have a mustache. I mean, even if I did have a mustache, I feel like that one could be a vibe. And two, I would still be pretty. Hello, agent. Good afternoon. Thanks, Flygoo. I don't know, chat. Sometimes I feel like if I could pull off androgyny, I would try. But like I don't have like a real like I just don't have like a look that works like for androgyny. It just like I don't know. I just don't look very androgynous. Like my face does not suit. Like I can't. I go through emo arcs all the time. You know, This, every time I do this though, I'm like, I should get a facelift. Look how striking I am now. Do you know what I mean? Please subscribe today so I can afford a facelift. Thank you. And then I will continue to stream for you. I don't know, chat. I'm pretty femme. I'm pretty femme. I am pretty femme. I like dyeing my hair red occasionally. I like that. But honestly, I'm kind of used to this kind of wishy-washy brown now. Like, I know it's nothing, but like when I have red hair, I feel good. When I have brown hair, I feel invisible, but also good. Like, I don't have to try and be unique because I am. It doesn't matter. It's so interesting how people perceive you differently no matter what. You could play with contouring and make your face look masculine if you wanted. I don't have the jawline to pull off a masculine look. Like, even when I try and look mask, I still look like femme mask. And I know this. I used to try and dress mask, but I don't know if you've looked at my body, but my body is very femme. There's not an angle to it. I'm curvy. I miss blonde pics. I mean, this is blonde under here. I want it to be blonde as well, to be honest. But I mean, this is a mix for now. I'll let it grow a bit, be healthy, and then add a bit more highlights to it. But Kiki, not Booba. I feel like my face is Kiki. My body is not Kiki. I have a Booba body. Like, everything about me is curvy, not angular. You know? Respectfully, you look like an elf. Thank you, I'll take it. Your face is also Booba. I have soft feet. I guess I have somewhat soft features, but a very pointy nose. Like, I have a pointy nose. Maybe I should get a nose job. I can't be bothered. I'll never get a nose job. You have a nice sewed profile? No, I don't. No, I don't. But thank you. No, I don't. But thank you. I accept your compliment, but you lie. No. Chat, you're all feral. I'm mad at you. Stop it. Stop disagreeing with me. I think you do if you don't stick your neck out like that. You mean like this? I do not, chat. Although you can do this, right? Right? Wait. If you do that. No. Oh my God, shut up, Sam. No, they wouldn't. Nobody's ever looked twice at me on the street, okay? You just think I'm pretty because I'm on the internet and I've got a great personality. You're blinded. You're blinded by the fact that I am absolutely great on the inside. That's right. I'm so confident with my personality. I'm not. I don't know. Chat, shut up. I have an underbite too. I have an underbite. I have a huge overbite. Overbite. I look like a rabbit. The face that read 1,000 ships. You're annoying. Stop it. I have no ulterior motives and I think you're pretty. That's because obviously, I don't know. Gay men are already allies. International Women's Day tomorrow. How are you celebrating? I'm going to a wedding to celebrate other women. That's why you're all celebrating me today. Everybody has to donate $5 and give me a compliment for being a good woman. Because I'm not here tomorrow and I'm missing out on being celebrated as the incredible woman that I am. I'm not here. I'm not here tomorrow. That's why you have to celebrate me today. We have to celebrate. It's like Christmas Eve, but it's International Women's Day Eve. I'm giving you the chance to celebrate me because I know you all want to. And I'm such a gift. And I love giving people opportunities. No, getting married isn't inherently patriarchal. I used to have this. I used to think that too. I used to be like, why would people get married? Like it came from property. Like, stop. No, because I think now when people stand up and get married, it's such a brave declaration of love and I just love it. I love it. I love it when two people are just like, this is my person and we really, really love each other and we want to tell everyone. Can I celebrate the day after? I'm not going to be here the day after. I'm not back till Monday. I'll have been forgotten. It's fine. I'll survive. It might be rooted in patriarchy, but things change with time. Marriage is whatever two people want it to be. I don't know, chat. Part of me is like so bitter. Not really. But part of me thinks like, ugh. But also part of me is like, what if? And then sometimes I see couples who have had like really long, beautiful marriages. And that's the what if. Any ideas about what I can do to honor my wife tomorrow? So many. So many. What does your wife usually do for you? I've been married for 5 years and it's a fantastic thing in life. Look, if I was giving you advice, go out of your way. Go out of your way to do something kind for the person that you love that they wouldn't expect. Do you know my favorite thing to do? I'll give you my little secret. Okay, I do this for my friends and my family. What you do is you pick 2 things that you know about your friend or lover, or wife. You know, you pick 2 things that you know about these people and you put them together. That's how you do a good gift. So, for example, say if somebody's got a really beautiful dog that they love very much and they're into Pokemon cards, you could get them a Pokemon card with their dog on it. Or if somebody is really into, I don't know, sport and a particular kind of music, you just chat. The nicest thing you can do for another person is think about them when they don't expect you to think about them. I learnt this off my best friend. I didn't know how to do this when I was young. And it's not, I don't do it for any sort of reward or anything like that. I do it because it feels so good. Like it feels so good to sit and think about another person and think about what they might like. Because imagine if somebody did that for you. And so, like, and because you can picture what it would feel like if it happened to you, it's so easy to do it for other people. And you know how nice it is for other people, and that's why you do it. Think about them during an acid trip. What if I think of a person in a hateful way and tell them that they're not expecting it? Is it still nice? I mean, no, I don't think you should be fake and give people things. I don't think you should be fake. Don't wait for special days. Just surprising them any day is the best thing you can do. I completely agree, Agent. I completely agree. I think random acts of kindness are one of the things that people remember for a very long time. But being International Women's Day tomorrow, cook, clean, look after the kids, like make a nice dinner, and don't ask your wife or your girlfriend what she wants. Think, what has she liked in the past? Does she like pasta? Cook a pasta. It doesn't even matter if it tastes bad. Just don't ask her to do any thinking. Just do it. No, just do it tomorrow. It's International Women's Day tomorrow. If you have a partner right now whom identifies as a woman, right? Do something nice for them tomorrow. Don't tell them that you're going to do something nice. Don't expect anything in return. Just do something nice. Do their washing. Put their washing away. If you know how to do washing. If you don't know how to do washing, don't ruin their clothes. Clean their car. That's a good one. Like if you have access to like your wife's car or something, like take it, go run it through like a cleaner. Make it smell nice or something. Hi, Red Punk. Hi. Bake something. Absolutely. Breakfast in bed, you can never go wrong. Breakfast in bed, you can never go wrong.
You may never leave. We're stuck
Hey.
forever. Unfortunately, it's the end of the road for anyone
Chat,
who's already
can we get
found
some
themselves
free
in
will spam? Just a follow and straight into a sub. Thank you. Thanks so much. No, we're not talking about the magic coffee table. Read fanfic so that you understand women's desires. Manbulance, I don't care if there's a spelling error in the title. Who cares? No, you don't have to go all out all the time. It doesn't have to cost money. Try it. Oh my God. Oh, let me give you the best one. Chat, clean out the fridge or something. I wish I could quit my job so I can focus on my true passion, which is just sleeping. That's relatable. I too very much enjoy sleeping. Like clean out the fridge. You know how fridges get kind of fucked? Like clean out the fridge. Do something for the home. Plan a date. Plan a date.
This is a full-blown house deposit, so
Thanks for making me sub with my own free will.
Rhea, with your own free will that definitely exists. Inspiring. Thank you so much for giving it to me during International Women's Month. Thank you for supporting women's power. The matriarchy calls you. It's going to be great. I'll make sure everybody who's subscribed to me is well looked after. Sorry.
Red Punk gifted a tier 1 sub to Twitch staff watching. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Lol. I can't wait until it's April. Does anything fun happen in April? I'm going to see Sleep Token and Bring Me the Horizon in April. So, that'll be fun. April Fool's Day. I hate April Fool's Day. I do quite like autumn. I have more ultrasounds to go to. That's very exciting, Agent. I hope they all go well. Damn, you managed to get ticks. Jealous. Zane, I didn't even just manage to get ticks. After my experience with Taylor Swift, do you know what? I was the chosen one. I got in straight away, and I got GA for my friends and I. I don't want to flex, but it feels like I was the hero of the group. It felt really good. It did. I got in straight away. They were like, I'm so sorry you waited days for Taylor Swift tickets. In you go. Because Karma is my boyfriend. Karma is a god. Karma is the breeze in my hair on a weekend. Karma's a relaxing thought. International Day of Pink, April 10th. Perfect. So exciting. Maybe we should be celebrating all international days. Maybe that's what I should be doing. Maybe that's my new shtick. Or at least all the ones that are applicable to me. Agreed, they should all count as holidays with paid time off. National Month of Hope? Is it really? International Day of Mathematics, 14th of March. I don't like that. International Bread Appreciation Day. I'm down for that. I can appreciate some bread. We do not recognize this holiday. We do not recognize math. Because I'm not good at it. And I don't like to acknowledge that. National Garden Month? Well, that's great. International Day for Digital Learning, 19th of March. That's good. We should put all these in the calendar. As long as we don't have to party every day, my brain can only take so much. We don't have to party every day. April is a great month for birthdays, I hear, but it's not my birthday. It's one of my anniversaries. I think. I don't know. I think I'm going to do that Bean Boozled thing. If anybody has any other ideas for my anniversary scrubathon, Let me know. I assume it's going to be traumatizing. What's a scrubathon? Basically a subathon, but for scrubs. So all of you. Anniversary of what? Streaming. Do you know how long I've been doing this? Do you know how old I am? Do you know what I'm experiencing right now? I believe it is the 7-year itch. Streaming or partner? I think it's 7 and 6, right? Or is it 8 and 7? I recommend a particularly delicious condiment on a sandwich. No. No, which one are you celebrating? Well, I haven't decided. I know one is March and one is April. Both? I don't know, chat. One is in a week and then one is a month later. I don't know, chat. Should I celebrate one or both? I'm really bad at celebrating. I feel cringe. But I was thinking I might even get myself like a cake. I want to be the kind of person who celebrates myself, but it's so hard when you're Australian because it is cringe. And when you do it yourself and nobody does it for you, it's narcissistic. But like, I am proud. I am proud of the community that is us. And I don't know. 7 years on this godforsaken website is impressive. Technically, it's not celebrating yourself, it's celebrating streaming in the community. It is. International Beaver Day. God damn it. You didn't sound so proud of chat yesterday. No, I'm still fucking mad at you all. The fact that I now have to watch another fucking 2.5 hours of a goddamn Twilight video that I half enjoyed. I'm so mad at you. You're all so annoying. I have a degree in forensic psychology. Like a proper one, with a piece of paper. But I'm also interested. I think another dance is required. Well, we're a little way off. I mean, I would dance. I would dance, but I'm mad at you. So from woman perspective, what do you think about Freud and Jungian works? Snooze. Freud and Jung had a place in psychological history, and, you know, some of their theories still provide a basis for deeper understanding of the human psyche. I don't think they should be fully discounted, but fuck me, they were problematic. And I do think a lot of Jungian theory is still quite problematic. Interesting how he put the two together. Yeah. Freud was very racist. Yeah. He also hated women. Who should I read for best understanding? I mean, you should read lots for best understanding. You should have a good grasp of different approaches to psychology, like behavioral psychology. Like, you should have an understanding of psychoanalysis for sure. Different approaches, environmental approaches, sociological approaches. There's so many, there is such breadth of approaches to understanding the human psyche. So, yeah, you read Freud and other philosophers, historical philosophers, so that you have a basic understanding of modern philosophy and psychology. I'll read a book if you care to recommend anything. Yeah, read fan fiction. Read Draco Malfoy and the Mortifying Ordeal of Being in Love. Did you know Freud based repression on Lucifer from Paradise Lost? I did not. My cousin has a PhD in neuropsych, and I have no idea what it's about. Neuropsych is kind of like what parts of the brain are responsible for what, like decision making, feelings, reasoning. It has more to do with the science of how the brain works, rather than, I guess, and like the physiology of how the brain works. I did neuropsych for one semester at university, but it was sciencey and it involved practicals, and I hated doing practicals. I was like, I just want to think. I don't want to have to put shit in petri dishes. I was like, I don't want to have to be a petri dish kind of gal. So I changed my minor. Chad, I've got to get my washing out of the washing machine because, well, we can't have it going to mildew again, you know? BRB. Yesterday when I mentioned washing, you said you were done. I lied. That didn't include the basket of washing that I have been avoiding for a very long time because it was too complicated. And I washed my whites, but I realized two of the shirts had like tiny, tiny little stains on them. And they didn't come out. In fact, now I want to check if they did come out now. Hold on. Chat, I think it worked. It did. It did. It's a perfect white shirt again. I bought this. Me. I bought this. It was on special for $8. And it says wider and brighter because the stain wasn't coming out. So what I did was I put like a little like a thing. Wait, is it a slur? What? What? It's just it's for major stains and it's wider and brighter. I don't know. Revitalizes dull whites, grass and mud, food and drink, body and blood, makeup and ink. Do you believe in God? Which one? Oh, and somebody asked me what drink I'm having. It's aloe vera juice. Are you okay? Are you okay? Do you need some water? Are you alright? You're a good girl. The being that created us? I don't believe in a being. Then what? I believe that as humans, sometimes we need a way to describe something that has created an experience for us. But for me, personally, I don't know if I'd call it God. I think we are all the universe and we are all connected. That's what I experience, at least for me. Yeah, shared celestial energy, something like that. Do you believe in something after death? don't know. I think, I don't know. I believe that we're all stardust, baby maker. You've been working on a hypothesis that potentially explains the particle wave duality of light? Really? That would be a pretty incredible breakthrough to have under the belt of a community member. Night crushed. It's always good to see you. People like explanations for things that they don't understand. People like explanations for things. It's comforting. And we don't have an explanation for the universe, and it is unfathomably big, and it makes us feel very small. And so people, I do believe, turn to depictions of God for comfort. I think most of the time. I think that Earth's history is interesting and filled with information, but I think when you put the way civilizations before us lived on a pedestal, it stifles progress and makes it difficult to progress healthily. Humans love stories. I love stories. DNA is complex, but not so complex. I do think that potentially life on Earth was a happy little accident. So much stuff on this planet is complex. I don't think, no, I am not on the side of a creator. I can be swung occasionally towards simulation theory, but no. There's too many gods, baby maker. God is a concept I'm happy to talk about. Whoever your God is, I don't want your God. Life can come from non-life. The universe will end in entropy. As I've been leading into my more absurdist philosophical beliefs, I have longed for fantasy, not in a way that is fantastical and problematic in the way that it's weaponized against other people, but in that I, in my head, allow myself to be lighter in certain situations. Life is really, 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 really heavy, and we get lost. We get so lost not playing. We fall into these traps of numbness, whether it's doom scrolling, whether it's overconsumption, whether it's food, whether it's bitterness, whether it's our jobs. And I feel as you get older, it gets harder to push against the current because it's uncomfortable. But you know how when you're wandering around and you see one of those like crazy old ladies, or, you know, a lady who still has pink hair and dresses really cool, and like you know that I have a fondness for that now, because I feel like when you're really young, you see it and you're like, oh, okay, that's weird. And then you get a little bit older and you're like, oh, that's cringe. Like, oh, they didn't conform to society. And then you get a little bit older again and then you just respect it a lot. Oh no, you never know never-ending knowledge. I think that's the wonderful thing about philosophy, is that we do have never-ending knowledge to seek, and that for a lot of things there are no concrete answers. We are God. I do think that in a certain way, all of us are God and we can be God. I think that's incorrect. I think that obviously we're not God in the idea that I created the universe. But if you think about perception, right? You, the way our eyes work is a very interesting thing to think about. You think that I look at this glass and I see this glass because this glass is there. But I create in my head what I think this glass is to be able to see it. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's science. I'm correct, right? We don't have we don't have a great enough understanding of perception, of life experience, of what any of this is, to be able to say that all of us are not God, that all of us are not the universe experiencing itself. The brain is simply working with a set of signals and filling in the blanks. Like, we can never be sure that the color pink that I'm wearing is the same color pink that you see that I'm wearing. We cannot be sure that we're seeing the same color. A lot of your chat will get swallowed by ego and end up bitter. Try to help them. I don't think that's the case. How do you know that? Also, a lot is 2 words. How do you know that? Like, you're making very silly assumptions about literally 160 people's experience of the world. You don't know. You barely have enough information to know anything about me. Yes, obviously there are full shared experiences, right? Like, yeah, there are a lot of really heartbreak, grief, all of these things can be comparative. But there are smaller experiences that we have internally that are different. And the way our brains work are different. And yes, there's a lot of commonalities. But you can't prove it. I agree. I think there's an argument to be made that if there is an omnipotent, omnipotent, whatever, God, then that God is evil. If there was a God, he'd let you pronounce omnipotent first try. So true. So fucking true. Somebody gift that person a sub. So true. You should watch. I think you would appreciate based on what you've been saying. Probably. We're doing that by choosing wrong choices. That's right. I forgot. Chat, repent. Stop fucking. Okay? Like, how do you know, like, what are you going to do? What's right and wrong in the fucking Bible? The Bible is like, you know what's not that bad? Indentured slavery. Do you know what you can do? Stone people to death for adultery. Like, what? No, stop it. Yeah, I can't believe those babies chose to get cancer. Like, I chose to have a pain condition. Strawman, thank you for gifting antennas. The Bible is filled with contradictions. I want you to have a relationship with God, especially if that makes you a kind and beautiful person. But I believe that when you attempt to have people believe in your perception of God, I think that can be very predatory. And yeah, I'm not sure if I'm really comfortable with heaven, because the assumption is that if there is a heaven, there is a hell. And I don't really like that. If you had to ask me what I believe, and you don't have to believe this, I believe we all turn into energy and we exist on another plane. On a plane of energy. Like ascended beings in Stargate. Like that. That's what I believe. Or maybe entropy and we're all just giving it up. You are dumb as a rat. I know, and more people listen to me than will ever listen to you. Does that make you mad? Especially during International Women's Month, that people listen to a dumb woman and sometimes they even give her money. Ooh, it's rough. Does that make you mad? Are you having big feelings? Sorry. I know, I like rats too. Rats are so beautiful. They don't live long enough. Rats get such a bad rap. I kind of like that too, Vox. Like, yours is with a dash more reincarnation than mine. I just think the universe is so big, I don't think that we get reincarnated on Earth. You know? Like, are we just getting reincarnated on Earth? Because the universe is just so unfathomably large. Chat, if you weren't here for when I went under anesthesia, when I woke up from anesthesia, I was like, if that's what dying is, sign me up. That was fucking great. I literally came out and I said that to the nurses. One, they were concerned. Then I looked out into the sky and I was like, you know there are aliens out there, don't you? You know that. And then I started explaining how because of the way light travels, even when we look out into the sky, we're looking into the past. So anybody out there would also be looking into the past. So there's probably not even dinosaurs on our shitty little planet yet. If somebody was looking, they don't know we're here. Nobody knows we're here. We don't know they're there because we're looking into the past. Anyway, the nurses thought I was a goddamn hoot and maybe mentally ill, but it was kind of fun. You know, with the release of Dune Part 2, I did book myself into IMAX. I have to wait because it's sold out for ages. So I really do have to just like sit and wait. It's fine. I already know the story, so it's not like I can really get spoiled. I know it's good. I'm very excited. And anticipation is apparently half the fun. I think I read the first book and forgot it all. I read it when I was little. My dad had them on the shelf. But I haven't in a very long time. But we did watch part 1 as a community recently. But the reason I bring it up is with Dune 2 coming out, that director made Arrival, and I think Arrival, every time I watch it, it hits me in such a visceral way. And I think it's just such an incredible depiction of what I loved that movie. How do I feel about AI? AI is inevitable. There is no escaping it. I am worried about the moral programming of AI, but I think we have to learn to live with it. There's no escaping it. Villeneuve? How do I pronounce that? Villeneuve? I saw a clip of him and Timothée Chalamet speaking in French, and I was like, ugh. Why is French the sexiest language? Villeneuve? Did we get through the whole Contra Twilight? No. We're about to jump back into it. I was just giving everybody time to show up to stream and subscribe and support women before I do that. Can you send me a PS5, please? I would if I was rich. I would give you a PS5, but I'm not. I don't even have a PS5. I'm sorry. I know you see me here with 170 viewers and you're like, damn, you're rich. I'm just trying to choose not to be poor. I can't help you. Oh, you like philosophy, huh? What type? Just saying this before some troll does it first? What type of philosophy do I like? It's not that I like particular types of philosophy, but right now I find myself leaning into absurdist philosophy over other forms. Name 5 philosophy albums. I like the one that breaks my mind. Well, you know who makes us think? Contra. Let's finish this video.
Find peace. Why?
Philosophy to me is the study of simple points said long. Philosophy, I used to think was very pretentious and confusing, and I used to hate it because there is no answers. There is answers, but there are no firm, hard and fast, easy to understand answers. Sorry, my nose is itchy. And that used to frustrate me. But as I've gotten older, I've realized that through the words that exist in philosophy, while some of it is pretentious, while some of it is very pretentious, the words and the ideas, as you learn and begin to explain them, allow you to think in different ways. And when you learn to think in different ways, it's like opening up a new access area of your brain. It's like you get to go a little bit deeper. And now sometimes that's kind of fucked up. Sometimes it's kind of fucked up and I wish I had 2 brain cells. But then other times I look out at the universe and I think about things in a way that I'm like, oh, there are people who don't get to think this way. And I am so privileged to have been given a life and an education that has led me to be able to have these sorts of thoughts. So sometimes when I get really depressed because I can think about things in a far too deep way, I go, but I am once again very privileged to be able to think like this. Even though I'm also stupid. I am just a fucking stupid woman on the internet, and anything I say is stupid. I am an imposter. I'm not actually that smart. I have a bachelor's degree, and that's fucking nothing. I'm not that smart. I'm just a silly woman. Okay? So when you hear what I think, they're not original thoughts. They are amalgamations of everything else that I have learned. I'm just going to get my blankie though, because I will not be watching this without a blankie. Must always have blankie. Oh my god, I'm already so much more comfortable. Do you know what I mean? It's like being in the womb. You know? Like I'm back in the womb. Thriving. Alright, chat, we ready? Every day we hear news stories and believe it's true, no scrutiny, despite it being nothing but hearsay. Most believe in a God, unquestioned faith in talking box in their living room. Anthony Michael, I don't know if you're particularly wrong. I do think that people lack critical thought and just, I think that does happen to some people for sure. You can seek out multiple sources and do your best, but I don't think you're wrong. Hi, Tail Told. Chat, Y's in the chat if you're ready to go. Y's in the chat if you're ready to go. I'm ready to go. It's already 8:45. Hopefully we can get this done by midnight. If I don't, you'll have to wait until Monday. Because I'm going to a wedding. over the weekend. I'm celebrating love. Not my love. Other people's love. But also, I guess, my love for my friend, because I'm a bridesmaid. And I love her. And I'm so happy that she's in love. Like, that makes me happy. So that's fun.
Wise men are always saying this. The Tao Te Ching, chapter 46 says, "One who knows that enough is enough will always have enough." That is wisdom, and wisdom is soothing, but it's not exciting. So it's really your choice to make. Do you want to read novels about wise people being at peace?
Probably not. It doesn't sound like smut.
Or do you choose violence? Do you choose the world's most dangerous predator? Personally, I think wisdom is best left to the wise. Couldn't be me. I like things and stuff too much. The wheel of samsara is very much my stomping ground.
We're getting a reenactment, are we?
So in Maryland, there's this place called Royal Farms. It's like if a KFC was inside of a 7-Eleven. They're open all the time. You can get cigarettes.
It looks really fucking creepy. Although I did feel this. In the middle of Texas. At like random gas stations. So creepy.
Chicken, energy drinks, human blood. Part 3, fantasy. Okay, we need to talk about the sexual aspect. I know YouTube is trying to be more family friendly, and as a friend of the family, I respect that. So I might have to use some euphemisms, some indirect language. By the time I'm done with them, the family is gonna be on their hands and knees begging for more. Many
Oh hey, it's been 81 months. Still here. Help. I'm trapped. I've tried to leave, chat. She's keeping me here against my will.
Oh
But
no.
also, hi streamer. Love your face.
Angry. 81 months. The fuck? That's such a long time. I'm really young, chat. I'm a brand new streamer. Okay? I'm a brand new streamer.
people have commented on the unguarded, blurting it all out quality of Twilight. In one interview, Robert Pattinson said he thinks that Twilight is Stephenie Meyer's sexual fantasy.
I was convinced that Stephenie was convinced she was Bella. And you're like reading her sort of sexual fantasy about some, and especially when she says, oh, it was based on a dream.
I think this is another reason that people find Twilight cringe. Stephenie Meyer is taking dictation directly from the inner goddess.
And it's very honest. It's really, really honest. And that's kind of what's weird about it.
I love that about Twilight. It's like reading someone's diary. Now I realize here I'm stepping into a vicious debate that's been going on for decades about the difference between romance and erotica. What is the difference between romance and erotica? I got so curious about this that I actually contacted the English departments of Harvard, Yale, and Stanford, and I was surprised that they pretty much all agreed on a definition that romance is for good girls and erotica is for sluts. Pornography, of course, is for men. There's a buck-wild debate from 1987 between romance titans Jackie Collins and Barbara Cartland, who between them sold more than 1 billion books. The debate gets, well, you kind of just have to see it to believe it.
It's evil, really. We've affected the books that you write, quite frankly.
Okay, wow.
Barbara Cartland says that Jackie Collins' books are evil. Why? because they have sex scenes.
Well, I really don't think there's anything disgusting about naked people rolling around on beds. I thought that's what you're supposed to do when you're married. How do you know?
And according to Cartland, women's fiction shouldn't have sex scenes because A, think of the children.
Have you ever thought of the effects it has on young people?
Yes, they love it. And
But
they
that
say,
is what is
I was
wrong.
reading it under...
2, is helping the perverts.
Don't you think it has helped the perverts? It has.
And D, according to Cartland, we should encourage purity for women. That is, asexuality.
You know, I believe in purity for women, and this is the thing I've been fighting for.
It's a classic good girls versus sluts debate.
All this awful abuse of children, all that comes
Oh,
from...
the original Think of the Children. Well, not the original, but one of the earlier versions of Think of the Children.
Mrs. Zadig.
There's something so surreal about what I can only describe as an 80-year-old woman in clown drag lecturing everyone about sexual purity. Like, what is this? The British aren't coming. The British aren't coming. Cartland endorses the Victorian viewpoint that women, ladies...
The British aren't coming. The British are quite stuffy about sex. The British are quite stuffy about sex. Like, British society is not... Like, I really feel like the renaissance of British sex was when Geordie Shore became a thing.
are asexual.
You were a lady. You were dressed in China. You were something perfect, slightly sacred.
This is a view taken by 19th century sexologist Richard von Krafft-Ebing, author of Psychopathia Sexualis, one of the first attempts to scientifically study human sexuality. So scandalous at the time of publication that it had to be printed in Latin to keep the hoi polloi from getting notions. Quote, "Woman, if physically and mentally normal and properly educated, has but little sensual desire."
Well, shit.
This is an absurd claim on its face. If women instinctually have but little sensual desire, then why is that contingent on their being properly educated? The answer is basically that for Victorians, the Madonna-whore dichotomy was an ontological distinction.
So there was an enormous gap between the lady and the prostitute, and no young man who took me out would ever have thought of asking me to go to bed with him. They asked me to marry him.
It was understood that there were really two very different kinds of women.
Oh, and you're so much better than everybody else. Like...
There were real women, ladies, who were by definition asexual, and then there was this other category of person, prostitutes or fallen women, who were technically female, but who were seen as degraded, ruined beings, with desire equal to, if not exceeding, that of men. Strumpets, trollops, slutatious whores. Ladies were seen as delicate and innocent, sacred treasures to be protected.
You were a lady. You were dressed in China. You were something perfect, slightly sacred.
And there's a kind of privilege that came with that, but at the cost of sexuality.
And I believed it for years. I thought that ladies didn't feel passion and prostitutes did.
Lady status has often only been available to middle and upper class.
See, this is so interesting when people try and, like, project their experience of sexuality onto, like, every lady. That's right. This is what I find hot, therefore you must find it hot. That's right.
White women, with prostitutes and fallen women relegated to this other category that was seen as sexual but
Hello,
degraded.
families.
The idea that purity is the natural state of women is actually fairly recent. Ancient and medieval Europeans had almost the opposite view of the Victorians, often seeing women as more sexual than men. According to the most widely read encyclopedia of the Middle Ages, quote, "The word femina comes from the Greek derived from the force of fire, because her concupiscence is very passionate. Women are more libidinous than men." In an ancient Greek myth,
Man, that's such a different world to imagine, right? Where women are allowed to, like, express their sexuality to that point. Like, it's getting a little different now, but it's so, that is so hard to imagine. Goes back to the Japanese thing you mentioned yesterday about women pretending not to enjoy it. Yep.
Myth, Zeus and Hera are feuding about whether men or women enjoy sex more, so they summon the transsexual prophet Tiresias to resolve the issue, and Tiresias says, of 10 parts a man enjoys one only, but a woman enjoys the full 10 parts. Which sex is more sexual? Controversial. Looking into it, in our own time, the Victorian idea that the right kind of women have but little sensual desire still persists in stereotypes about female sexuality being limited to delicate hand grazing. In 1973, Permissive Cosmopolitan magazine ran an article by a male psychiatrist who announced, "Women do not have sexual fantasies. How do we know? Ask a woman, and she will usually reply, no." Good work, Doc.
Yeah, that's because there's so much shame associated with women even describing their fantasies. And that's why fan fiction and like erotic fiction is so big with women.
Doctor, incredible research methods. This kind of statement is a self-fulfilling prophecy. When the experts announce that women do not have sexual fantasies, women whose experience tells them otherwise feel deviant and abnormal, which makes them reluctant to speak up. Seemingly descriptive statements about sexuality, like women do not have sexual fantasies, often serve to enforce the very situation they claim to describe. The Cartland-Collins debate was echoed 25 years later in debates about Twilight and 50 Shades of Grey, with 50 Shades widely condemned as mommy porn, which, come on people, let moms have pornography. It's like once a decade, society collectively discovers that women's sexuality exists and everyone loses their minds. Stephenie Meyer, like Barbara Cartland, is something of a neo-Victorian, or at least a neo-Edwardian. Boo! Stephenie—
By the way, Sarah J. Maas is the new, like, Sarah J. Maas is basically Stephenie Meyer for the younger generation. Just so you all know. For Gen Z, it's Sarah J. Maas.
She is not as moralizing as Barbara Cartland, but she has said, for example, erotica is not something I read. I don't even read traditional romance.
ACOTAR, Throne of Glass, Crescent City. I'm reading ACOTAR at the moment.
Why not? It's too smutty. There's a reason my
A
book—
Court of Thorn and Roses, by the way, is what that stands for.
books have a lot of innocence. That's the sort of world I live in. Well, I support whatever Stephenie Meyer has to tell herself to sleep at night. I don't know that I would describe Twilight as a world of innocence.
I've killed people before. I like watching you sleep.
It's hard to say with all those clothes on.
Stranger things happen every day. Trust me.
But it's true that there are no sex scenes. It's strictly PG-13. In one scene, Bella is too embarrassed to look at lingerie because it's too sexy even when it isn't on. In a now infamous scene, Bella walks down the stairs in a long khaki skirt and blue blouse, which outfit—
It really is the most Mormon depiction of romance.
Edward describes as utterly indecent. No one should look so tempting, it's not fair. So what did Robert Pattinson mean when he said that Twilight is Stephenie Meyer's sexual fantasy?
You're like reading her sort of sexual fantasy.
A story can be sexy without sex scenes. How? Well, I feel like this is something that I should show and not tell. For example, can we talk about the cuck tent scene? Why is no one talking about the cuck tent scene?
It's true. It's so true. It's so true. Oh my god, that's so funny. Oh, that's so funny. The cuck tent scene.
In Twilight Episode 3, Eclipse, Bella and her polycule of monster men are taking the ring to Mordor when a winter storm rolls in. Bella is in the tent and she's shivering her innocent little butt off, and Edward's upset because vampires have no body heat, so he can't warm her up. But Jacob is right outside, and Jacob is a toasty dog boy with a canonical body temperature of 108.9 degrees Fahrenheit.
Let's face it, I am hotter than you.
So Edward agrees to let the sexy, shirtless Jacob share a sleeping bag with Bella to prevent her imminent death by freezing.
You'll warm up soon.
faster if you took your clothes off.
Jacob clutches Bella against his hot, naked chest while Edward gazes on in jealous agony. Bella is nestled in Jacob's arms, pretending to be asleep, while the two gorgeous monster men are incandescent with desire for her. They argue through the night about who loves her more and who can take better care of her.
Ah, what a fantasy. You know, what every woman wants.
Remember, Edward can read minds, so he's experiencing all of Jacob's perverted fantasies in excruciating detail.
That's so
At
funny.
least attempt to control your thoughts.
So, why does this scene happen? Wherefore art the cuck tent? This is not a trick question. The answer is very obvious. The cuck tent happens because Stephenie Meyer thinks it's hot. Because it is hot. And maybe Stephenie would deny that she has any such impure feelings since she lives in a world of innocence. But let's use common sense. This is a sexual fantasy.
Almost everything that went into Twilight was unconscious.
A lot of women like to feel intensely desired. It's why a common feminine fantasy is being at the center of attention from multiple men, because more men symbolizes more desire. It's why you get romance novels like 2 Billionaires in Vegas, 3 Bosses Assistant, 4 Rancher's Bride, 5 Mafia Captors Virgin, 6 Single Dad's Nanny, 7 Groomsmen from Hell, 8 Brothers Fiancé, 9 Marines Shared Property, 10 Mountain Men's Baby, and Wuthering Heights.
I'm losing my shit.
That's so funny. That's so funny.
It's a really straightforward example of what is called wish fulfillment. And Twilight has a lot of wish fulfillment. You know, Bella moves to a new school, and even though she's an awkward tomboy who drives a rusty pickup truck, every boy in school has a crush on her.
It's like first grade all over again. You're the shiny new toy.
2 gorgeous monster boys fight over Bella, and they carry her around, and they tell her how much they love her and want to protect her. All the other girls are jealous of my cool boyfriend, so by association, I must be cool too. If you're a Twilight reader and you identify with Bella, these are exciting—
Oh yeah, if you go back and watch Twilight, you realize there's like quite a few people in there.
fantasies to have, because they gratify what Dr. Father calls His Majesty the Ego, the hero of every daydream and every story. All of this, I think, is pretty obvious, but where things get controversial, and to many people disturbing, is when you start introducing darker themes into your romantic wish fulfillment fantasies. Edward's stalking.
I like watching you sleep.
The fact that he's self-admittedly a dangerous predator.
I'm the world's most dangerous.
His struggle with a vampiric desire to kill Bella and drink her blood. People see this stuff and they think, oh my god, this is masochistic, it's internalized misogyny, it's abusive, it's pathological. But I think that those concerns, while understandable, come from a misunderstanding of how fantasy works. Consider, for example, the ultimate problematic fantasy, the fantasy of non-consent, what we could euphemistically call a ravishment fantasy. This fantasy of being overpowered or in bondage or surrendering to a dominant lover. It's a very common fantasy for a lot of women and also a lot of people who aren't women. It's the reason bodice rippers are called bodice rippers. They were notorious for these ravishment scenes where bodices are, you know, ripped. And this can be difficult to talk about because, you know, we worry that the worst men in the universe will take these fantasies as proof that women really want to be dominated by violent men. But abusive men will use any pretext—
Literally, that is what Andrew this is like full-blown like red pill shit.
to justify their behavior, and that's not on us, it's on them. So let's talk about it. In 1973, the same year that Cosmo announced women don't have sexual fantasies, the author Nancy Friday published a book called My Secret Garden, Women's Sexual Fantasies. Nancy Friday was a heroine of the sexual revolution, and I think it was brave of her to publish this book. Despite its misleadingly twee cover and blurb, dare to discover the beautiful blossoms, the winding paths, and the hidden nooks of female sexuality. I hate that even the cover of a pervert book like this assumes that female sexuality is as mysterious as it is floral. Groundbreaking. But there's nothing floral about the
Chat, I know everybody refers to it as like CNC or whatever, but the reality is if you've been in a relationship for a long time, there is obviously like, there are lines that get blurred, right? It's not that it's like CNC, it's not that no doesn't mean no, but it's like if there can be an assumed consent when you have been with a person for a while and you're in a good relationship. Like, these things do exist in a way that is not problematic or fucked up. Consensual non-consent is what that stands for, Garrett.
contents of Nancy Friday's books, which are essentially anthologies of fantasies submitted in response to a newspaper ad Nancy published that said, "Female sexual fantasies, wanted by serious female researcher. Anonymity guaranteed." Love that. This resulted in a book which is very explicit and which challenges assumptions about feminine sexuality being sort of soft and gentle and mushy. The single greatest theme that emerged was that of weak women being sexually dominated, forced by male strength to do this deliciously awful thing. So the ravishment—
I feel like a lot of that fantasy comes from religious cope though.
Fantasy proved to be the most common fantasy. Why? Are these women all horribly traumatized? Is this internalized misogyny? Well, maybe, but there's other explanations to consider. You know, women are kind of socialized not to display sexuality openly, not to initiate. Being a proper feminine woman is supposed to involve being passive.
She gave you the fourth wing, didn't she? Enjoy. I haven't read it.
Passive and modest. Or else, women risk being recast from Madonna to whore, good girl to slut, and being victimized and degraded as a result. So it makes sense that a lot of women might be very protective of their innocent good girl self-image, even in fantasy. The non-consent fantasy is a device that absolves the woman from blame. If she's being forced, then it's not her fault. Ravishment—
Man, I can't believe I foreshadowed this yesterday so clearly by talking about the way this plays out in Japan. It is. It's so women can experience sexual pleasure without feeling guilt at the same time. Like, that's so fucked up.
Is a ruse. As Nancy Friday says, quote, "A deus ex machina we roll in to catapult us past a lifetime of women's rules against sex. The women whom I've interviewed don't really want to be hurt or humiliated. His male presence, that effective battering ram, neatly makes her relax sufficiently to enjoy, and then allows her to return to earth, her nice girl, good daughter self intact." So the non-consent fantasy is not wish fulfillment in a literal sense, but in an emotional sense. Like, if a teenage boy fantasizes about dying gloriously in battle, is that a masochistic fantasy about death? Or is it an egotistical fantasy about glory? Probably the latter. Likewise, women who fantasize about being ravished do not actually want to be assaulted. In a fantasy, which is a fictional scenario where you are in control, the non-consent situation satisfies your emotional needs. To gratify desire without the burden of shame and guilt and anxiety that comes with taking responsibility for your desire. Another vampire novelist, Anne Rice, said of her own sadomasochistic erotica series, "The books aren't about literal cruelty, they're about surrender, the fun of imagining you have no choice but to enjoy sex." The essential—
It says so much about how women for so long haven't even been able to be allowed to think about enjoying sex. And so literature has navigated that in such a way. It's like, you know, it's so interesting.
Point is this: fantasies are not literal wishes. Fantasies construct situations where emotional needs are met and inhibitions to pleasure are removed. So for example, in a fantasy where the dangerous alpha male is the aggressor, the woman remains innocent. The bad boy is bad so that the good girl gets to stay good. We could call this disavowal, the process of constructing fantasy situations where your desires are gratified without having to assert or even having to acknowledge the desire. Non-consent fantasies are one ruse of disavowal, but fantasy is infinitely creative in constructing these devices. Remember the cuck tent. Bella's a good girl who would never consider having a threesome, but it's dangerously cold. I guess we have no choice but to huddle for warmth.
See, there's got to be fan fiction written about the cuck tent where actually like Jacob and Edward probably like get it on or something, and that like for sure that exists. Does anybody know where I can find that? I mean,
Vowel. Me and Draco got detention in the Forbidden Forest, and we had to camp out for the night with
Draco! Stop it. Well, now you're speaking my language.
with only one sleeping bag. Guess we have to share it. There's a million fanfiction and erotica tropes that are basically variations on this.
The only one bed trope is a big one. Oh no, two people who kind of hate each other have to share a bed. Oh no. What's gonna happen? That's so annoying. What are we gonna do?
Ruse of disavowal. For example, sex pollen. Aliens made them do it. Hypnosis. Mind control. Non-consent. Dubious consent. Mate or die. Pawn far.
Mate
Forced
or die.
feminization. Hermione is an Omega in heat, and Draco is the only nearby Alpha. The continued popularity of these tropes demonstrates to me that erotic disavowal fantasies are not just a relic of a past age of bodice rippers and sexual conservatism. I don't think that women today are much more liberated than Nancy Friday and Anne Rice.
No, it's kind of fucked, right? Because women have lent into erotica fanfic it all over again because they're done with hookup culture. Like, men are not gonna get to fuck anymore. Like what's the movement called in South Korea? Because you're seeing that kind of across the board, especially in the West, but you're seeing it. You're seeing like in the same way there was MGTOW, right? You're seeing that from women. You're seeing women who are like, we're not doing this anymore. For real, I do believe it is becoming more common. And it's because dating apps suck. It's because hookup culture sucks. It's because capitalism sucks. It's because, you know, happiness markers are unattainable. There's so many reasons, but it's extremely prevalent.
Like, where are these liberated women? Maybe in Europe? Look, I don't know what goes on over there in Pervoslavia, but here in America, we still believe in a little thing called sexual repression. Like, if you look through fanfiction platforms like Wattpad and AO3 that host erotica mostly by women, submissive fantasies are still pretty standard. My mom sold my virginity to One Direction. I also see disavowal at work in the infamous rescue fantasies in Twilight.
Oh, the One Direction fan fiction is just so funny though. It's just so funny. I love that. That's so funny. It's so funny. It's so funny. That's so funny. I can't wait for our fan fiction episode of Girl Dozer.
Bella is walking the street alone at night when she's menaced by a gang of thugs apparently ready for a bit of the old ultra-violence. But at the last minute, Edward sweeps in his battle Volvo and saves the damsel. Likewise, at the end of the first movie,
We love a
there's
damsel saving.
A snuff film scene where the evil...
Hold on, I'll be back in 2 seconds. Sorry.
Evil vampire James intends to suck Bella's blood and make some kind of smut film out of it to torture Edward with. This very eroticized violence is interrupted at the last moment when Edward replaces the assailant and Bella is rescued instead of ravished.
You can try to suck the venom out. No, I won't be able to stop. Find the wheel.
I see this as a kind of double disavowal. It's a non-consent fantasy that's transformed into something more morally acceptable. A rescue fantasy. Rescued damsels are a common erotic myth. In the story of Perseus and Andromeda, Andromeda is a naked woman in bondage, threatened by a monster, but saved at the last minute by Perseus thrusting into the rescue with some kind of phallic weapon. In rescue fantasies, the thrilling possibility of sexual violence is raised only to be disavowed at the last minute by the rescue. But it's not just women who disavow desire. The rescue fantasy is also appealing from the perspective of Perseus, who gets to feel strong and important and heroic, while also—
We love that from
you
him.
know, getting to spend time around a naked woman in chains. It's not even necessarily sexual desire that fantasy disavows. In 50 Shades of Grey, Edward, renamed Christian, is constantly issuing orders to Bella, renamed Anastasia, about what she should eat, what car she should drive, about what gynecologist to see. Why is this part of the fantasy? Well, because making decisions is hard. Sartre said we're condemned to be free. Why is freedom a condemnation? Well, because freedom implies responsibility.
I mean,
and
that is true. That is true. I think, like, sometimes people, you know, like, the idea that you have to choose what to have for dinner every fucking night for the rest of your life is sometimes just too much. So annoying.
Responsibility sucks. I, for one, hate being accountable for the consequences of my actions. Even something as trivial as what should I eat today is a decision fraught with moral quandaries.
This happens to me every time.
and body image issues and contradictory nutritional advice coming at us from all angles? Isn't there something relaxing
I have not
about a
pre-watched.
competent person just telling
I
you
have
what
not.
to
I
do
swear on my life.
so you don't have to worry about it? Disavowal is a useful ruse for indulging in all kinds of guilty pleasures. In 50 Shades, Christian is constantly lavishing extravagant gifts on Anna. He buys her a computer, a car, first-class plane tickets, and Anna constantly protests because she knows that it's gauche to accept expensive gifts from your billionaire boyfriend like some kind of capped woman.
I don't care
But
if it's
Christian
gauche, I'll
insists,
accept expensive
"Oh, well,
gifts."
I guess I have no choice but to fly first class. The function of disavowal in fantasy is that you get what you want without the indignity of having to ask for it, or even against your will.
God
In
damn it, I had to
Twilight,
ask for it,
Bella
it's different.
hates birthday parties and presents, but they're lavished on her anyway. Edward's fashionista
True.
sister Alice is always feminizing Bella, ordering her to wear high heels. And Bella's like, no, stop. I wear flannel and drive pickup trucks.
I'm just
totally
a normal
butch."
girl.
Clearly, she's into this forced feminization, this de-butching. Bella is adamant she doesn't want a fancy
de-butching.
wedding, but Alice insists, so there's a fancy wedding. Obviously, Stephanie wanted there to be a fancy wedding, but you know what people say about women who want fancy weddings. Divas, bridezillas, not a cute look. So thanks to Alice, Bella gets to have a fancy wedding without the indignity of having to want a fancy wedding. Now I want to talk about one of the most controversial things that happens
Honestly,
in Twilight.
just talking about fancy weddings makes me want a fancy wedding, but having a fancy wedding means getting married. Challenge number 1. Do you know what I mean? Challenge number 1. I've run out of coat hangers. So like I have to do this thing where I have like a shirt, but the shirt has to hang over another shirt because I've run out of coat hangers in my life. Is that relatable content? Probably not. It's not, is it? Sounds like a metaphor. Hangers are cheap, I know, but I still would have to go buy some. And am I going to do that? Absolutely not. You need to get better at stealing hangers from hotel rooms. Thank you. I'll consider it. When was the last time I stayed in a hotel room? Lol.
Jacob imprinting on Renesmee. Okay, so
Oh God.
I can't wait to explain this one. Stephanie introduces into werewolf lore the notion of imprinting, a kind of lifelong limerent fixation. It's soulmates, basically. In Breaking Dawn, Bella gives birth to a vampiric baby whom she names Renesmee. Yes, it's very funny. Let's all laugh. So Bella essentially dies in childbirth, and before she's resurrected, Jacob decides to murder Renesmee, the baby, as revenge for killing Bella. But when Jacob sees Renesmee, he imprints on her, the baby, essentially falling in love with this infant. Now, I think this is amazing, but everyone else seems to hate it.
You imprinted on my daughter?
It wasn't my choice.
She's a baby!
Why would Stephanie write such a thing? I think Jacob imprints on Renesmee because Stephanie is unconsciously both Team Edward and Team Jacob.
Almost everything that went into Twilight was unconscious.
She wants them
it's
to be
not that
connected
subtle.
You can
forever.
love more than one person at a time.
Don't make me choose.
But
Don't
obviously
make me
Bella can't be
choose.
polyamorous because Stephanie's books have a lot of innocence. That's the sort of world she lives in. So
Yeah, you don't
imprinting
get
on
the
Renesmee
poly happily
allows
ever
Bella
after.
to secure monogamous ties to both Edward through marriage and to Jacob vicariously through her own daughter, thus roping Jacob into this subtextually polyamorous family.
We're all gonna be together now.
So should I start calling you Dad?
Uh,
No.
I'm not saying you have to like it. I'm just saying that's why this happens.
That's
probably.
so funny.
So I've been
That's
arguing
so
that a lot
true.
of fantasies work by constructing situations where your desires are both fulfilled and disavowed. But there's more to it than just that. If we consider the more problematic aspects of Twilight, Edward's stalking, his violent urges, the ravishment turned rescue fantasies, the appeal is not just that it absolves the Bella-identified reader of the responsibility and slut stigma of sexuality. There's also something about the intensity and even the violence of a fantasy lover's desire that is exciting. There's a book by the psychoanalyst Michael Bader called Arousal: The Secret Logic of Sexual Fantasies that I really enjoyed, which surprised me because I found it in the psychology section between Why Is My Marriage Bad? And Help, My Teenager is a Piece of Shit. Bader's book takes a very optimistic view of sexual fantasy. Quote, I do not think sexuality is driven by kinky desires. I think that it is driven by straightforward desires for pleasure and safety. Kinkiness is merely the complicated route that some people need to take in order to safely feel pleasure. According to Bader, fantasy is a tool for overcoming guilt, shame, anxiety,
That makes sense.
responsibility, and other obstacles to pleasure and arousal. Like Freud said, the sexual instinct has to struggle against certain mental forces which act as resistances, dams upon sexual development: disgust, shame, and morality. Fantasy
I think that's
functions
very true.
to break through the dam, to rip the metaphorical bodice. In the Cinderella fantasy, where a billionaire falls for you, an ordinary brunette, the attention of this powerful man functions as a proof of your worth, of your desirability. It's fundamentally a shame-negating fantasy. It's satisfying because most people have shame, have insecurities. We feel too old, too fat, too trans, too disabled. It's always something, right? Or maybe you were neglected as a child, or your sibling was always more beautiful and successful than you, or you feel underappreciated at work, or your YouTube videos don't get as many views as H Bomber Guy. Whatever the source of the insecurity, this shame is a dam, an inhibition, an obstacle to pleasure. It's hard to get excited when you feel inadequate, unattractive, or
That's
ordinary.
so true.
But
I think when you can't perceive yourself as sexual, there's so many barriers, and I think that's how you get things like furries as well. Because like if you become something else that you can perceive as different, as sexual, as removed from the thing that you hate, then you can experience sexual pleasure. It's just a path to being able to experience sexuality. I mean, all sexuality is for reasons. Sexuality is kind of something you just do as long as it's not harming anyone. You don't really have to sit there and process, like, does this make me a bad person? You don't have to do that with your sexuality. I think it's kind of silly. Like, I don't think you need to, like, have a sexual experience and then psychoanalyze it. I don't think that's necessary. You can, and certain things make a lot of sense, but you don't have to. Of course it gets weird sometimes. Man, there's a fetish for everything. Including sneezing. Of course it gets weird. Depends on if it was a good sexual experience or a bad sexual experience. Oh, this is an interesting conversation as well, though, because there has to be room for bad sexual experiences. I don't think, like, anybody who has been sexually active probably has had a bad sexual experience, right? And this is the very difficult thing, because in certain parts of society at the moment, there is no room for bad sexual experiences. And especially bad sexual experiences in your own brain. Like, it can be very difficult to be like, oh, that was a bad sexual experience, feel guilty about it, and then not know what to do with that. Yeah, and the way you do that is through communication. Obviously, I'm just saying that you don't have to, you don't have to judge yourself based on how you engage sexually, if that makes sense. Because it's a good freeze frame. Yeah, but shame's never going anywhere. Shame is going to continue to exist for as long as humans exist. Like, that's the issue. I'll be right back. Shame is a very powerful social animal dynamic. Yeah. There has to be paths back from shame, I think. I think that's sometimes where we struggle. Like, shame is a powerful emotion. I'm not sure if removing it would be technically a good thing. But you have to, like, I feel shame when I think of, like, previous versions of myself. I feel shame when I see previous quotes of myself pop up in the chat. I feel cringe. I feel shame. I even look at the way that I used to dress and I feel shame. Not because it was slutty or anything like that, but because it was like, what was I thinking? Like, I look at the old way I used to do my eyebrows and I'm like, ooh. It's so funny because in hindsight, you can see how, like, certain parts of your psyche developed, I suppose. But you don't have to acknowledge that all the time.
In the eyes of this fantasy billionaire or vampire who's obsessed with you, you become extraordinary. The fantasy creates a situation where your insecurities are proven false, or in which your flaws turn out to be desirable, which negates the shame that inhibits pleasure. A feminist objection to 50 Shades might go, why does it have to be a rich husband? Why can't women fantasize about financial independence? Well, because that completely misunderstands the emotional logic of the fantasy. It's not really about the money. Money is just an efficient symbol. It signifies value, worth. In the logic of fantasy, a rich man is a high-value man, especially to us vulgar Americans. To an old-fashioned English woman like Barbara Cartland, the ideal romantic hero is preferably a peer of the realm, a disgraceful duke, a wicked marquis, an elusive earl. In desperate times, we might even settle for a cruel count. When his lordship bestows upon you lavish gifts, despite your protests and disavowals, The gifts are proof that he desires you, that you are as enticing as any beautiful, expensive object. The wealth and gifts are of secondary importance. First, we seek the refutation of our shame, the validation of our desirability, and above all, proof that we are loved. Often this type of fantasy involves a competitive element too, where rivals, usually other women, must be eliminated. This is taken to embarrassing extremes in 50 Shades of Grey, where Christian surrounds himself with what Anna refers to as immaculate blondes and Stepford wives. Young blonde women whom Christian employs precisely because he's not attracted to any of them. Christian only being attracted to superficially ordinary and awkward brunettes who remind him of, and this is a direct quotation, the crack whore, my birth mother.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anna also has the satisfaction of humiliating the attractive blonde architect Christian hires to design their house, and at one point she throws a drink in the face of Christian's childhood seductress, who, yes, is also blonde.
He's not capable of marriage.
In Twilight, Bella is a superficially ordinary and awkward brunette who is frequently jealous of Edward's blonde bombshell sister Rosalie, as well as the Denali coven of vampires, blonde vixen Zal, to whom we are assured Edward feels not the slightest twinge of attraction. My point is that this need in fantasy to cancel out every other attractive woman,
It's just like, it is a bit pick-me. It's pick me, and it's not because it's just people do want to feel chosen, and this is a way to display it. But it's not the truth.
has the same meaning Anna Freud attributed to a female patient's fantasy: father loves only me. And the fact that the men in these fantasies are often substitute father figures is a fact so obvious that it hardly warrants mentioning.
I know. I look hot.
Feminine sexual fantasies are often modeled on myths and fairy tales. Cinderella, Sleeping Beauty, Beauty and the Beast, Little Red Riding Hood, Hades and Persephone, Adam and Eve, Perseus and Andromeda. If Cinderella-style fantasies are usually about refuting shame, I'd argue that Beauty and the Beast-style fantasies are usually about negating guilt. By Beauty and the Beast-style fantasies, I mean erotic fantasies where the hero is a mafia boss, a stalker, a pirate, an abusive employer, a conduct-violating professor, a disgraceful duke, a sadistic billionaire, or for that matter, my own brother, a goddamn shit-sucking vampire.
My own brother, a goddamn shit-sucking vampire.
Obviously, in Twilight, as in a lot of romance fiction, the hero is both Prince Charming and the Beast, a Darcy with Heathcliff characteristics. What is the fantasy appeal of the Beast? Why is he so sexy? Well, there's an element of selfishness inherent to sexuality, what Michael Bader calls ruthlessness. Quote, sexual excitement requires that we momentarily become selfish and turn away from concerns about the other's pleasure in order to surrender to our own. Women in particular often feel guilty about being selfish. They're afraid they'll take too long, or that receiving pleasure is one-sided. Maybe it's because women are told to be caretakers, to put other people's needs before their own. But in the fantasy where you've been tied up by Christian Grey, you have no say in the matter. You cannot be guilty because it's not your fault, and the selfishness of the Beast gives Beauty permission to be selfish too, to surrender to her own pleasure. Bader says, quote, sexual fantasies always find a way of turning the no of guilt into the yes of pleasure.
It's to do with guilt, 100%.
A similar guilt negation is achieved by fantasies of anonymity, a masked stranger, someone you have no obligation to take care of. And because you're strangers to each other, you also have less reason to be ashamed. It's why when you have an orgy at your opulent mansion, you have to make everyone wear a mask. Like anonymity, opulence is a defense against shame. When someone surrounds themselves with opulence, what are they trying to say about themselves? The subliminal message of opulence—
That's so interesting. I've never really considered where masquerade balls came from. And I guess it was to do with opulence and not being recognized and mystery. A little bit of fun, I guess. I've never really thought about it. Probably because I never expected to go to one or think about it at all.
is I am valuable, I am desirable. It's why so many romantic and erotic fantasies take place in opulent settings. Now, in reality, the ruthlessness enabled by fantasy eventually conflicts with our desire to be loved. A paradox of sexuality is that ruthlessness must somehow be balanced with tenderness. If you only use and objectify your partner, there can be no love. But if you're overly anxious about your partner's needs to the exclusion of your own, the flame of desire will go out. In sex, there is such a thing as not enough selfishness. This is my theory about the gentle rogue. He's appealing because he's both gentle and a rogue. I am very smart. The gentle rogue is a sort of vegetarian vampire, capable of both ruthlessness and tenderness. So from the perspective of Nancy Friday and Michael Bader, sexual fantasies, even ones that seem violent and disturbing, can be understood as psychological devices that lead us to pleasure through the labyrinth of guilt and shame. I wish that people who are inclined to crusade against dangerous books or abusive ships would try to think about fantasy in a way that's less literal and more psychological.
Yeah.
Like, do furries and Omegaverse fic writers normalize bestiality? No. The fantasy of human animality is not about literal animals. It's about unleashing what is symbolically animalistic in us, the drives and urges that human taboos and
You know, I do think this is why there are so many people who potentially can't enjoy like sexual intimacy as well, because like to a certain point you do have to be able to let go of like societal constraints, and I feel like in some people's heads they are just unwilling. Like it's a boundary that is just too difficult to cross. It's all rigid patterns with nothing going against the grain. Most people's fantasy IMO may begin as a familiar trope, but then at a point deviate away from what's typical and toward individual spin. I think it just takes experience. I think that also it's very interesting because in life there is what you think you should like, there is what you have experience with, then there is like if a situation comes up in which to try something new, like that, those situations don't really come up for everybody. If like you have to be quite lucky for the situations to come up in themselves. But I do think that that's where a lot of people's sex lives go fucking wrong, because they never get comfortable enough to be honest, because they are acting out what they think they should like or what they think sex should be, rather than an actual experience or like addressing what they might actually like. I think it's where people get very stuck, and I think it can be really shitty for people long term. I think it can lead to cheating. I think it can lead to people who get married and then those people go see sex workers because they have got themselves into a point where they don't feel like they can be honest with their partner because they've been faking it a certain way for so long. You know, for example, I'm really funny.
decency forbid. People think furries are weird now, but your grandfather fought in World War II, then came home and thought it was totally normal to be attracted to women dressed like rabbits. Are people who are into daddy doms or diapers or whatever literally normalizing pediatrics? Well, no. It's usually not about that at all. Age play is usually about fantasy regression to the social position of someone who has no responsibilities and needs to be taken care of. The fantasy or the roleplay scenario gives you permission to be taken care of. Edward Cullen's notorious "I like to watch you sleep"
I like watching you sleep.
feels creepy to a lot of people. And fair enough. Creepiness is subjective, but I feel like you can find Edward creepy and still understand that for Stephenie Meyer, Twilight is not an expression of a literal desire to be stalked by creatures of the night. The fantasy is of a protector watching over you, a witness, a guardian angel. Like when you're a kid and you want your mom to stay in your room with you until you fall asleep. I wish that I could fall asleep with a vampire watching over me, talking to me, and she's saying, "Baby, mommy loves you. You're a good baby. I don't blame you for what happened to this family. You're just a baby. You had nothing to do with 9/11. In 2015, radical feminist Dr. Gail Dines, the quote, world's leading anti-pornography scholar and activist, according to her website, led a boycott of 50 Shades of Grey using the hashtag $50 not 50 shades, encouraging people to donate to battered women's shelters instead of seeing the movie. Dines claimed 50 Shades glamorized and eroticized violence against women and rebranded it as romance. She describes going to see the movie in a theater full of young women drinking cocktails and watching in abject horror, quote, a film that depicted in unbearable detail how to lure a lonely, isolated child into consenting to sexual abuse. Watching a seasoned predator toy with his immature prey, you are left with a knot in the pit of your stomach that won't go away, no matter how many cocktails you down. Gail? It's Twilight fanfiction. When I watch 50 Shades, I don't feel like I'm watching a seasoned predator. I feel like I'm watching...
So I kind of been through this, right? Like, because I read 50 Shades and I was like, okay, radio. That was a book. And then I watched the movie and I was like, oh, I don't like it. Like, this is not it. I didn't like it. And then only recently have I realized that sometimes it is okay to consume media without it entirely applying it to real life situations. And to not assume that somebody watching a movie means that they are absolutely going to find themselves in a kinky dynamic with a billionaire and allow themselves to be abused. Oh, no, I read that like as a teenager. Like I read 50 Shades as a teenager. Lol. These days it's all fairy porn currently. I'm reading Akata. Exactly, follow. And I think it's important to be able to step away from media and realize that, like, you know, people are critically consuming this literature. They're not going, cool, that's my ideal life.
Watching a woman's fantasy, because I am. And if people like Gail Dines are too obtuse to notice the difference, that's kind of their problem. I've been holding this in for 10 years, and I'm gonna say it. I am begging these people to learn to think psychologically instead of literally, so they're not constantly baffled and traumatized upon encountering literally the most common type of sexual fantasy that people have. I guess when your only analytic tool is a sledgehammer, you see every problem as an author whose legs aren't hobbled yet. It's frustrating, because there's plenty of more nuanced criticism of pornography especially when it's produced coercively or when it functions as a replacement for actual sex education. But I reject the radical feminist idea that consuming pornography is a major cause of violence. And I should know, because I'm a very violent person, and I never consume pornography. I guess I also need to address that for every radical feminist who thinks that Twilight fanfiction is literally violence, there's also 1,000 misogynistic idiots who will argue that dark romance fantasies prove that women really want to be dominated by abusive—
I can't believe I foreshadowed that as well. Oh my god. Wild.
alpha males. Which, no, stop, no. Fantasizing about sexy vampires doesn't make—
Do you know what? Like, I know, like, I literally just can't perceive Andrew Tate as dominant, even slightly. Like, I know it would probably get me murdered, but I would just laugh. Like, I honestly, I laugh at anybody who tries to be, like, overtly dominant. I can't help it. I think it's so funny. Like, do you guys remember that time I told you I was at the bar and this guy handed me $50 and he was like, go get us some drinks, and I just, like, dropped the $50 note and laughed and walked away? Because it's, like, so incredibly, like, oh, did you read a book on how to be an alpha? Good job, King. So proud of you. So sexy. So sexy. I'm feeling like I respect you a lot. Like, ugh. I find the whole thing just so cringe. Like, it's so cringe. It's like, even like smoking cigars, like all the depictions of what men think dominant should be, I just like have a little giggle. I have a little giggle and I can't help myself. I just find it funny. It happens with most MMA influencers. They start off weird and then CTE fries them weirder. I think MMA is just another acceptable form where you can find power if that's what you're looking for. I think everybody has like different relationships with like the quest for power or the quest for non-power, really. And like MMA is an opportunity that's open to people who might not be able to experience power in other settings, right? Like, for example, you have debate bros. Now, debate bros experience power through the intellectual free marketplace of ideas, okay? And that's how they experience power, through debating. Okay? That's how it is. A lot of women experience power through being objectified. There's so many different ways. It's why so many people who do OnlyFans find it empowering, because there is a sense of power that is experienced through being objectified. Because you are desired, therefore you are the one in power. You are the one making the choice. What do you mean by Kardashian culture? I don't understand. So when enjoying sex stops being a source of shame, it becomes a source of power. Not always, but sex can absolutely be a source of power. Absolutely. So many people experience power through sex. Absolutely. I mean, that is why rape exists as well. For a lot of men, it is a way to take back power. Bit gross. It obviously it doesn't have to be rape, but rape is a crime of violence, not sex. It's both. It's about power. I don't know whose quote that is either, Paradoxic, but it's a good one. That's another way people experience power. Okay, like to take it away from sex and bring it back to power. Some people have children to experience power. Really shitty parents have children so that they can have control over little human beings. And it's fucked up. And maybe they don't intend to do it, but like some parents treat their kids like they only exist to serve them. Like humans' relationship with power is problematic. This is why like you should consider your own relationships with power. Yep, it can be very much like marriage can be a sense of power, money can be a sense of power, position in a certain company could be a position of power. Anyway, I became a streamer so I could ban people whenever I wanted. And that's how I experienced my power. You're welcome. Absolutely, VOD. Try not to abuse your power. I'm just trying to ask her $5. I'm just a girl. I would never force anybody to do anything. I'd just ask nicely. Philosophy to cope is such a mood. I know, I'm so quirky. Sorry, that's so cringe. It's also just so true. And chat is so annoying. I don't know what to tell you. We need to make it to the end of this section though, because I need a cup of soup.
Make you a willing victim any more than fantasizing about torpedoing a car holding up traffic makes you a murderer. I fantasize about Mario Kart shelling bad drivers all the time. It doesn't mean I literally want bloodshed on the New Jersey
That's insane. That's insane. I have not pre-watched this. I have not pre-watched this, and I was on the phone to Joe last night and I had to explain to her what a blue shell was, and then it just comes up in the video. You guys, we're actually in a simulation. Maybe I have experienced this before. Maybe this is my second run at this day. The fuck?
Turnpike, unless they're asking for it. As Zarathustra spake,
we have a name, a perfect name for fantasy realized. It's called Nightmare.
Our violent and twisted fantasies are unconscious solutions to the problem of anxiety. And really, we're all just seeking pleasure and safety. So probably it's fine, right?
So true.
It's fine. A little bit of healthy sadism never hurt anyone.
Of course, the next chapter is power. I literally just sit here talking about chat. I am a goddamn genius. You're literally so welcome. I have not pre-watched this. I am so smart and I think all the same things as Contra. It's giving intellectual. You're so welcome. Subscribed. I'm going to go make a cup of bone broth so I can feel like an alpha in an omega verse. I don't even know what any of that means, but I'll be back. 2 seconds. All right? Could be longer. Guys, my dinner is giving eating disorder, but I swear I don't have one. Sorry. Look, I am having, this is giving Gwyneth Paltrow. It is mushroom bone broth and cucumber sticks. But when I'm stressed, I can't eat, and my dad's in hospital. And I'm not very good. This is the best I can do. I will try and eat a piece of toast later. I'm just yeah, I understand it is giving. It's giving. Well, it's giving. You know? So just try not to judge. What's wrong with my dad? My dad has an inflamed duodenum. And he might have to have his gallbladder removed. And then the rest of the information we don't know at this stage, but he's on a few days of IV antibiotics, and but yeah, he's doing okay. He's in the best place, and I'm proud of him for going to the hospital, because a lot of men don't. So I'll take it. You know? Anyway, would anybody like a stick of cucumber? No. An inflamed duodenum, you can get it from taking like too much aspirin and stuff. I think my dad took too many meds. I don't know. With some lime and salt. These actually might be nice with some salt. I'm just having them plain currently, but... You're okay. You're alright. You're okay. My poor baby. Are you okay? You alright? I'm Mexican, I put that on everything. I probably should. It's very white of me to not put any spice on this. All right, back to the video.
Part 4. Power. Is it really fine, though? We're not done. We're not even close to done.
God
I'm just
damn
getting
it.
warmed up. What feels incomplete to me about the it's just fantasy argument is that Twilight is a fantasy, yes, but it's a fantasy that reflects something real about the sexual dynamics between men and women. I mostly agree with Nancy Friday's and Michael Bader's psychological analysis of fantasies, but psychology without material analysis of power fails to explain some important things. This becomes really obvious with sexual fantasies involving racial.
She's turned into the Voltari. She's now a powerful vampire.
Fetishism. For example, there's a chapter of Nancy Friday's book titled Big Black Men, which is exactly what it sounds like. The fantasies of white women who are turned on by an animalistic stereotype of black men. It's a racial fixation that's very much present as subtext in Twilight.
I leave you alone for 2 minutes, and the wolves descend.
Jacob is indigenous. He transforms into an animal. His last name is literally Black.
We were great spirit warriors. They transformed to the powerful wolf.
Oh god, are the werewolves Lamanites? Stephanie, I regret to inform you that the cuck tent is racist. We could try to psychoanalyze all of this, the bigness in question referring not just to anatomy, but to the intensity of desire, the exciting taboo of other.
Oh my god, that's so true.
Animalization as a shame-negating device. And all of that may be true, but aren't these fantasies still a reflection and possibly a reinforcement of unjust political reality? In his 2016 essay, Decolonizing My Desire, slave play author Jeremy O. Harris describes his experience as a black gay teenager who became erotically fixated on white men, because to him, whiteness represented power and prestige. He concludes that by obsessing over white bodies and white validation, quote, I was failing to exist. I don't see myself as some kind of moral judge of who's allowed to fantasize about what. But I've noticed people are usually way less comfortable with fantasies rooted in racism than they are with fantasies about powerful men dominating submissive women. But is that justifiable? Have men not dominated women throughout history? Stephenie Meyer didn't invent this story about a male predator and his female prey out of thin air. Don't a lot of girls grow up being treated as a kind of sexual prey to male predators? Doesn't that have some kind of influence on the fantasies that women have? And can't fantasy sometimes influence reality? According to criminologist Scott Bond, the behavioral science unit of the FBI has concluded that serial killers program themselves in childhood to become murderers through a progressively intensifying loop of fantasy. I can confirm this. My question is, are fantasy power dynamics simply the result of political inequality, or is there something inherently vampiric about sexuality itself? According to Leopold von Sacher-Masoch, the guy who masochism is named after, I wish I could have a perversion named after me. According to Masoch, in love, one person must be the hammer, the other, the anvil. Is this true? Is sexuality always ruled by hierarchy, split into binary roles? Is there always a hammer and an anvil, a top and a bottom, a dom and a sub, a lover and a beloved, a
lion and a lamb?
Stupid lamb. You sick, masochistic lion.
In heterosexuality, the default assumption is that the man is the lion and the woman is the lamb. But gay people are hardly exempt from aligning with these types of roles, top and bottom. Some people are born straight and others have straightness thrust upon them. Let's call the situation default heterosexual sadomasochism, DHSM. Remember this, because I'm gonna say it a lot. DHSM. This division of sexuality into bipolar roles: masculine-feminine, active-passive, subject-object, lover-beloved, giving-receiving, pursuing-pursued, predator-prey, dominant-submissive, possessing-possessed, conquering-surrendering, penetrating-penetrated, voyeuristic-exhibitionistic, sadistic-masochistic. In reality, none of these roles are interchangeable or even necessarily correlated. Being masculine does not imply being a top, and neither imply being dominant. Masculinity is gender expression, top is a sexual position, and dominant is a role in a power dynamic. But in DHSM, these roles are assumed to be bundled together and assumed to belong to the sexuality of men. When I say sadomasochism, I don't just mean the narrow sense of enjoying or inflicting pain, but this whole dynamic of dominance and submission. Male dominance is so much the heterosexual default that female dominance, or femdom, is usually considered a kink. That is, it's considered deviant. DHSM defines heterosexuality as the dominance of women by men. Men who are perceived as submissive to women are sometimes called gay over such emasculating behavior as leaning towards a woman, pleasuring a woman, walking behind a woman, and holding the baby he sired with a woman. DHSM is woven into so much of our language about sexuality. Think about the implications of the term impotence. Literally loss of power, implying that phallic sexuality is fundamentally about power.
And chat, that's how
association
that is legitimately how we got all the way to the meme, fellas, is it gay to like a woman? And the answer is yes. It is the gayest thing you can do, like a woman.
Masculinity and predation. Meat is considered masculine. A feminine man is called a soy boy. Edward Cullen is a vegetarian vampire. He's vegetarian because without a guilty conscience, he would be incapable of love. But it's important that he be a vampire because his bloodlust gives him his dangerous...
I regret to inform you I have found a guy. It is well known in ancient literature that the clitoris didn't exist. What the clitoris is an invention of modern feminism. which Happy Women's Month, which has been trying to give women their own penis and socially engineering them into believing they need to have a clitoral orgasm. All a lie. Eating pussy is part of this mythology of the female penis whereby a man pretends to suck a woman's cock. It's disgusting and beyond belief that this practice has become widespread. Huh? Clitoral deniers are treated worse than Holocaust deniers in our culture because the clitoris is essentially the Holocaust of feminism. Men who eat pussy are basically Schindler in Schindler's List, saving women from the denial of their penis. That is not eating pussy. Yeah, that happened. That happened. That was special, wasn't it? Surely, Vic.
Virile edge. I want my man to be a predator, not a cow. A lion, says a woman on Tinder who has traumatic experiences with vegans.
What's with the
Don't
hate
we all?
for
Supposedly,
cows?
men hunt while women gather. But in DHSM, women become the meat.
Just looks at you like you're something to eat.
In The Sexual Politics of Meat, vegan feminist Carol J. Adams argues for the interrelation of the oppression of women and the slaughter of animals. She wants to abolish both forms of cruelty from human life. God, you can't slaughter animals or objectify women? Well, what are men supposed to do for fun now? Women's bodies are discussed as flesh to be consumed, castles under siege, temples to be profaned. Her freshness seal is broken. She becomes used goods. Smut made for men tends to involve degrading women. Likewise, erotic media for women tends to involve themes of submission and surrender. Feminine masochism pervades culture. Lana Del Rey says, "He hit me and it felt like a kiss. He hurt me, but it felt like true love." Sylvia Plath says, "Every woman adores a fascist." From an egalitarian feminist perspective, it's troubling, concerning, that not just in fantasy but in reality, sadomasochism often reflects the social, political, and sexual domination of women by men.
Because it's
Historically, psychoanalysis considered default heterosexual sadomasochism the result of biological predisposition. Freud says, "The sexuality of most male human beings contains an element of aggressiveness, a desire to subjugate."
Daddy, chill.
Freud's colleague Helena Deutsch argued likewise that, quote, "masochism is part of the woman's anatomical destiny." She thought that female masochism results from the inherent pain of women's reproductive role, defloration, menstruation, and childbirth. It's really just a secular version of
I mean, it is true that women's pain is kind of fucked up, but
the biblical view that women's destiny is pain and submission. "In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee." A lot of 20th century feminist theory was devoted to arguing against this idea of anatomical destiny. Feminists have tended to argue that male sadism and female masochism are purely the result of patriarchy, of male social dominance. The idea is that women learn to desire submission from their inferior social position, and men learn to desire dominating and degrading women from their superior position. In the 1980s, a common radical feminist view was that male and female are not natural categories at all, but that they're constructed through violence and exploitation, analogous to bourgeoisie and proletariat. Radical feminist Catherine McKinnon says, "Male and female are created through the erotization of dominance and submission. Man f***s woman. Subject, verb, object." Andrea Dworkin says, "Men are distinguished from women by their commitment to do violence rather than to be victimized by it." Notice how at odds this is with J.K. Rowling's formulation, "sex is real," which some radical feminists would once have considered the constitutive statement of sexism. There's been a return to anatomical destiny lately in the form of TERFism, that is, post-feminist conservative bigotry against trans people. Rowling's transphobic arguments often hinge on an assumption that males are natural predators and females are natural prey. Or as alien sex inspector Maya Forstater puts it, in the context of prisons, it is a hole that matters. Women have a hole which men want to penetrate. Bluntly, the reason we have men in women's prisons is to keep the men away from the holes. This is anatomical destiny at the kindergarten level. Woman equals hole, man equals pole. Therefore, man equals predator, woman equals prey.
Jesus.
I like the pole and the hole.
TERFs think the Omega-verse is real, that men are anatomical alphas and women are anatomical omegas. Stephanie Meyer takes a more gender-fluid view.
And that penetration is something obviously to be ashamed of and associated with what? Submission? See, that's the interesting thing to me.
Introduction to Femdom Twilight, Life and Death, Stephanie says, I've always maintained that it would have made no difference if the human were male and the vampire female. It's still the same story. And are there not male masochists and female sadists? Masochism is named after a man who once said, nothing kindles my passion quite so much as tyranny, cruelty, and above all unfaithfulness in a beautiful woman. Send him to the cuck tent. Send him to the tent of cuckoldry. Even if there is an anatomical disposition of men to sadism and women to masochism, disposition is not destiny. Both men and women are anatomically capable of being the hammer or the anvil, the predator or the prey. So I think that feminists are mostly correct to point to the history of male social dominance as the reason for default gendered roles. Until the Married Women's Property Act of 1870, English women were subject to a system called coverture, meaning that when a woman married, her entire legal existence was subsumed under that of her husband, and she effectively lost the right to own property or make contracts. In the US, it was only as recently as 1974 that women won the right to open independent bank accounts. The same year they started having sexual fantasies. Amazing. So historically, the erotic and economic fates of women have been fused. It's the key to historical romance novels like Pride and Prejudice, where the tension is between Elizabeth's desire for a marriage of love and her economic need for a marriage of security. Incels like to complain about female hypergamy, and Mr. Bennett sits around making sarcastic quips about it. That's right, we're coming from Mr. Bennett in this video. Nothing is sacred. But women's preference for wealthy, powerful partners is the result of gender roles that make women dependent and subservient. Women are not biologically attracted to providers. Elizabeth and then Lydia are initially attracted to Wickham, even though he has no money. In Titanic, upper-class Rose is attracted to working-class Leo. In Wuthering Heights, Catherine is attracted to feral dog boy Heathcliff. And in Twilight, Bella is attracted to feral dog boy Jacob. Women are attracted to disempowered and impoverished men all the time. But because of their social and economic dependence, for most of history, a story about a woman who loves a
I think this is one of the biggest social problems that we're actually facing at the moment. Because I think for a long time, because everybody had some sort of access to a decent life, right? Look at the boomers, right? You could be a teacher. Like you could marry for love. You could. Because, you know, you could buy a house for $17,000 in the West. Yeah, obviously I'm talking from a very Western self-centric experience here of, yeah. You obviously can't talk about this globally. We're talking about this in, obviously, Twilight is written from a very Western perspective. Okay, like, yeah, obviously. But if you look at dating culture in Western society and even some Eastern societies at the moment, you're seeing women get frustrated that there is no economic security. This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Hey, Adrian, thank you for the 51 months.
Thank you for the economic security. I appreciate it. Thank you for supporting a woman in International Women's Month. I'm very grateful. I just think that the relationship between economic safety and desire is a lot of people don't know what to do with that right now because a lot of men don't have
full-blown house deposit. So
Buy a
Ay,
house for 17K already SMH my age.
fuck my life. I'm never buying a house. I can't afford one. It's miserable. But I'll try. Thanks for the 47 months.
Working-class man is not a romance. It's a tragedy. Catherine says it would degrade me to marry Heathcliff. If the boy is poor, there's no room on the door. So I'm prepared to believe that most of DHSM is the result of class struggle and not of genital anatomy. But either way, how do we explain male masochists? How do we explain gay or lesbian people who practice BDSM or who identify as tops or bottoms? Why does there need to be a hammer or an anvil at all? Do we need sexual hierarchy? Can't we just have a sexuality based on gentleness and equality and humane democratic values? Well, that is exactly the question that divided feminists in the 1980s, a conflict known as the feminist sex wars. And I'm bringing it back. Let's have a feminist sex war.
Damn, how exciting. Feminist sex war. That's, wow, what exciting content.
So look, I'm now going to try to fairly present the arguments of sex-negative radical feminism, which, fair warning, can be difficult to hear, because they're kind of saying that your most intimate desires and relationships are founded on violence and injustice. And I'm trans, so I'm used to constantly having to defend my sexuality, but straight people, this might be new to you, so strap in.
You should put your seatbelt on.
You should put your seatbelt on.
Sex-negative feminism is a backlash against the sexual revolution of the 60s and 70s. The general idea of the sexual revolution was that sexuality should be liberated from marriage, from the state, from religion, and from the imperative to procreate. The radical feminist objection to it was basically that, in practice, the sexual revolution was only a liberation of men's desire to dominate women. Radical feminist Andrea Dworkin says, quote, "Freedom, that hallowed word, is valued only when used in reference to male desire. For women, freedom means only that men are free to use them. Sexual libertarians sometimes imply that sexual repression..."
That rhetoric is very strong at the moment. Hey, Calf, very strong. Like, women ain't fucking. It's very interesting to see how this is playing out, because even in like the 90s, 2000s, even like before the pandemic, I think hookup culture was still very much the norm. I think there's been a shift away from that.
Repression is inherently bad, but many women experience violence at the hands of men whose sexuality is not repressed enough. To those women, freedom of sexuality may seem less important than freedom from sexuality. Sometimes sexual repression is good. Freedom for the lion is not freedom for the lamb. The question is it possible to liberate sex without liberating violence? And for sex-negative feminists, the answer is basically no. As they see it, we have to choose between sexuality and women's rights, and we should choose women's rights. This is a tough sell for most people, but okay. Let's hear it out. The final boss of sex-negative feminism is former academic Sheila Jeffreys. Quote, "The demolition of heterosexual desire is a necessary step on the route to women's liberation."
And that's how you get to South Korea. Like, seriously, that 4B movement or whatever it is literally, we will not be engaging in heterosexual sex at all. I don't know. What is the movement in South Korea? I think it's the 4B movement. You can look it up. But basically, it's like a rejection of heterosexuality. Because women's rights got so bad in South Korea that this is where they have gotten to.
Good luck with that. Now, I love Sheila Jeffreys. I think she's hilarious, but I'm an intellectual masochist. I get off on bad ideas.
My tastes are very singular.
These days, Sheila Jeffreys blends in as just another generic English transphobe. These people are a dime a dozen.
The problem is that men doing woman face are insulting to women when they're just walking down the street or sitting in a cafe. Activities for which they need an unwilling audience of women in order to get sexual excitement.
She goes on podcasts and talks about how trans women are perverted fetishists, parasitically occupying female bodies, which, yeah, that is now the mainstream conservative view, so thank you for that, Sheila. Sheila Jeffreys actually pioneered a lot of these transphobic arguments. She walked so that J.K. Rowling could run. Give the devil her due. Sheila's 2020 autobiography is titled Trigger Warning, which should give you some idea of where she stands in the current culture war. Like a hack comedian who hasn't been funny in 30 years.
Do you know what I just find really frustrating though sometimes about like radical feminists, especially radical feminists who conform to like, I guess, a more masculinized feminine appearance, because it assumes that the only form of being taken seriously is to appear somewhat masculine, even in your femininity. And I really, really reject that. I understand that feminine ideals are somewhat oppressive, but I really fucking reject that you are only allowed to be taken seriously by society if you present more masculine. Like, can't you just call me smart while I wear pink? Do you know what I mean? It's so frustrating. Like, Joe and I talk about this all the time, obviously. But I find it very frustrating, and it happens a lot.
I guess even lesbians aren't immune to boomer brainworms. Sad. But back in the 80s and 90s, Sheila was actually saying some genuinely subversive things. Not good things, but subversive. That quote about demolishing heterosexual desire is from her 1990 book, Anticlimax, a feminist perspective on the sexual revolution, which is an amazingly bad book on sex and gender, not just because of the transphobia, not just because of bizarre claims like that women today are required to wear mandatory slut pumps at the office, but also because of the absurdly bold stance she takes on abolishing heterosexuality, which I realize may sound based, as the kids say.
I'm down with the kids.
But it is in fact cringe. This book is bad, but it's bad in a way that is legitimately fascinating, in a way that we can all learn from. So
imagine a world in which like you have to come out as like liking men as a woman. Like that's the embarrassing thing to do. And you might notice that we're kind of already there. Like, have you not seen all the videos of women, like, being, like, frustratedly attracted to men? Where they're like, ugh, you think I would choose to be straight? You think I would choose this? They're awful. Like, we're kind of, like, it started off as, like, subversive. But look at how it's intertwined.
According to Sheila, the end goal of feminism is, quote, the destruction of heterosexuality as a system. She was influenced by radfem Jill Johnson, who in 1973 said, feminism at heart is a massive complaint. Lesbianism is the solution. Until all women are lesbians, there will be no true political revolution. These people were dead serious.
Forced lesbianism. Every day we have a new approach. And wow.
This is not a bit. In 1979, Sheila Jeffreys co-authored with the Leeds Revolutionary Feminist Group a paper titled
I wonder if anybody ever got mad about liking me. Potentially. I've definitely been mad at liking people in the past. Honestly, looking back, it's like, what were you thinking? Terrible. Tragic. What even was it? Disaster. You can't explain it to yourself. And yes, it is frustrating. Not enough to make me gay? Not yet.
titled Political Lesbianism, The case against heterosexuality. If I try to summarize it, you'll think that I'm drawing a caricature, so I'm just going to read you some direct quotes, and I encourage you to go read it yourself to verify that I'm not taking things out of context. Quote, "Serious feminists have no choice but to abandon heterosexuality. Men are the enemy. Heterosexual women are collaborators with the enemy. Attached to all forms of sexual behavior are meanings of dominance and submission, power and powerlessness, conquest and humiliation. Any woman who takes part in a heterosexual couple helps to shore up male supremacy by making its foundations stronger." So, how do you think this paper was received by the women's liberation movement? You probably won't be surprised to hear that it was not hugely popular. When Sheila presented these arguments on a panel, the socialist feminist Lynn Siegel said the speech made her feel as if she had been shot. Sheila says, "At the time, we were not able to understand where the paper had provoked such a virulent attack. I can't imagine why feminists would be so hostile to me simply pointing out that all women in relationships with men are counter-revolutionary."
Some men are very enjoyable. It's not their fault. Oh God, it's just, man, society is funny.
Revolutionary traitors. One hears such arguments, and what can one say but Sheila Jeffreys? As Jack Halberstam said, if Sheila Jeffreys didn't exist, Camille Paglia would have had to invent her. I promise it's funny if you know who these people are. Please clap. I mean, it's one thing to seek community with other women who renounce relationships with men and are therefore excluded from the vicarious power that comes with that. Every marginalized community has a separatist fringe, which can be a valid choice. But where things get cuckoo bananas is when you insist that all feminists must renounce relationships with men. Because, I'm sorry to say, but that will literally never happen. And this kind of thing only divides the left when we should be united against the real enemy, the Vashite counter-revolutionaries. But there's an abstract kind of logic to Sheila's argument. You could put it like this. Premise 1. Power imbalances in sexual relationships are oppressive. Premise 2. Under patriarchy, men as a class have power over women. Therefore, any sexual relationship between a man and a woman involves a power imbalance. Therefore, all heterosexual relationships are oppressive. Therefore, men are the enemy, and women who date them are gender traitors. Is this argument wrong? Why is it wrong? Well, it's wrong because libido laughs in the face of reason. You can't just reason people into being LGBT, Sheila. I've tried.
It's not a lifestyle choice, Bella. I was born this way. I can't help it.
So in Anticlimax, Sheila makes an interesting shift. She still advocates abolishing heterosexuality, but she redefines heterosexuality as sexual desire that eroticizes power difference. The reason for the redefinition seems to be that instead of feuding with heterosexual feminists, Sheila is now feuding with lesbian sadomasochists, whom she argues are in fact heterosexual because they eroticize power. And eroticizing power includes anything from top-bottom dynamics, to kink, to interracial relationships, to good old-fashioned penetration. So according to this view...
Wait, so you're not allowed to put a thing in a thing or you're a gender traitor? Damn. That's leaving, like, what options I mean, what?
Gay men who have penetrative sex are in fact heterosexual, because they uphold the oppressive power of the phallus that subjugates women. Gay women who identify as butch or femme, they're heterosexual, because they're role-playing the oppressive dynamics of heterosexuality. The only true homosexuals, according to Sheila Jeffreys, are couples who eroticize equality. So what does that mean? It means no penetration, no tops or bottoms, no kinky fuckery, and no gender expression, apart from the androgynous Spock core aesthetic Sheila Jeffreys was rocking. So what is left of sex when you only eroticize equality? Well, egalitarian sex turns out to be two ideally non-transsexual women who are the same age, race, and class, with the same androgynous haircut, lying side by side, no one on top or bottom, just gently, non-aggressively whispering sweet words of consciousness raising to each other throughout the night. Join the revolution.
Wow, that's so sexy. What a sexy, fun, happy time that was. Can't wait. I mean, chat, I can't believe how heterosexual you all are. No safe space here. You're all straights. Everyone's a straight. We're all straights. Unless you're lying side by side with your lover and, I don't know. Yep. I'm sorry. I guess I'll go hunting now. You should, because you're straight. And straight people love hunting.
Tender, loving twincest revolution. You're probably getting very irritated listening to this. I am also irritated, but I want to be very clear about why I'm irritated. I have no problem at all with Sheila Jeffreys defining sex as whatever it means to her. A courtesy she's never extended to anyone else in her entire life, but we should extend it to her on principle. If sex for you means tender consciousness raising sessions between the sheets with your androgynous gal pals, by all means continue. We should also acknowledge that egalitarian sex is genuinely marginalized. There are ways of having sex, like, you know, where both participants are equally active and there's no clear dichotomy of giver and receiver. Mainstream straight and gay culture dismisses egalitarian or non-penetrative sex as immature, as not real sex, as not going all the way. Gay dating app Grindr only added side.
Yes, yeah, that's scissoring, not you know, mutilation. Scissoring, my friends, not scissoring. Okay. Just you're welcome, Tail Told. Have a good night.
You very much. Are you okay? It didn't sound very good. I don't like it.
as a selectable position in 2022. The unthinkability of egalitarian sex to many people shows how deep DHSM goes. So Sheila Jeffreys is correct to defend the legitimacy of egalitarian sex against DHSM. But again, the problem is when you declare that your version of egalitarian sex is the only legitimate one, and that everyone else is upholding the oppressive system. I find this to be a deeply lazy, incurious, and unempathetic way of thinking. It's unpsychological, this attitude of total indifference to what's going on in other people's minds. Why is Sheila like this? I think it's because she feels that she used to be a heterosexual until the age of 28 when she made a rational, conscious choice to become an egalitarian, androgynous, trans-exclusionary, non-sadomasochistic lesbian. And she thinks that every other woman can and should make that choice. She says in Trigger Warning, quote, "In the late 1970s, I rejected heterosexuality."
I don't want to make that many decisions. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's decisions I like making, but that seems like a lot of very firm choices. Like, I like to mix it up. Like, where's the creativity? I don't want to just choose to be like one thing. That's so boring. Fuck.
Sexuality and chose to become a lesbian. Lynn Alderson explained to me in patient detail the reasons to become a lesbian. She describes how one evening she was with her boyfriend and his guy friend watching a TV drama in which a schoolboy put his hand up a teacher's skirt. Quote,
okay, don't. Okay, you need to be very careful having this conversation because it can be weaponized. But I do think people can experience fluidity in their sexuality. I do think that there is some choice involved in your experience of sexuality. That being said, people can be born gay. Conversion therapy is fucked, okay? You need to be very careful having this conversation. But there are choices that you make within your sexuality. And I think that anybody who is just like, no, is, again, it's disingenuous.
I looked at the two young men beside me, neither of whom looked particularly affected, and then I had an epiphany. I could not see the point of spending time in the company of those who were members of the oppressor class. I chose, from that day to the present, to have only women in my personal and emotional life. I was suddenly open to the feelings I was increasingly having towards other women. Not necessarily sexual, but profoundly emotional feelings. So this is the story of how Sheila Jeffreys quit heterosexuality, and so can you. And again, I'm not saying that Sheila Jeffreys isn't valid or that she's not a real lesbian. No, we're not doing that. Her experience is valid for whatever that's worth, but it isn't typical. Most people do not experience their sexual orientation as the result of a rational process of consciously deciding the correct course of action after considering the advice of trusted colleagues.
See, it feels like Contra never misses. Like, she has problematic moments, like, you know, like she does, but at least she often takes a step back and is self-aware when that happens as well. Like,
many heterosexual women totally agree with Sheila Jeffreys that #men are trash.
Oh my god, I foreshadowed this as well. Chat, I'm chronically online. I literally had the conversation about wouldn't choose to be with men. Literally just before. I swear to God I haven't watched this video, and it happens every time I watch a Contra video. I am chronically online. I am broken. I am ruined by the internet. There is no saving me. I completely agree, Anjade.
And they love to say, I wish I were a lesbian, and talk about how gross and cringe heterosexuality is, and yet they continue being straight, because libido does not follow reason. For most of us, Eros is an archer. We feel penetrated by something outside ourselves, possessed by this alien desire. I can't help but wonder if what sex-negative feminists fear in sexuality is in fact Eros. Not just the physical penetration of heterosexual intercourse,
but the emotional
penetration of romantic love.
Because you have to be so vulnerable. You're putting yourself in such a position of emotional vulnerability that feels like you're being taken advantage of. My lord, thank you for your prime. Thank you for the 7 months. I'm so grateful. Thank you so much. No, but like, that's so true. Because it feels like you're giving up power.
And the loss of self-possession that comes with it.
None of them belong to themselves anymore. And the sickest part is, their genes tell them they're happy about it.
Telling yourself that everything you do is because of reason and logic soothes the anxiety of uncertainty. And it's
I have no reason. I have no logic. I only have women's intuition and vibes. And I don't think I ever want reason or logic. I don't want either of those things. Even though I've been sitting here being quite logical for the last however long. Consider it vibes only, okay? Because I don't think I want reason or logic. I just want... yeah. Well, I want some peace.
Disguises the reality that none of us really have that much control over anything, not even our own desires.
So does this mean my misgivings of feeling like women are giving up power when we have sex, my brain was right? Not necessarily.
Yeah, God, I think that the weaponization of sex between men and women is a really big problem.
So
Pinky, 28 months. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful. And obviously rejection of your free will. Thank you for giving it to me. Thank you for giving me that power. I'm so excited.
full-blown house deposit.
Oh my God. I'm so powerful. Thank you so much, Dude Menu. Thank you for the 27 months of free willingly giving over your power on the internet to me and making me ever so more powerful. My sub count is a little low at the moment. So really looking forward to the increase of power that will come with this hype train that is definitely going to happen as I become more powerful on International Women's Day Eve, which I will not be here for International Women's Day. I'd just like to remind everybody I will be gone. I think, look, it's pretty bad. I think men and women accidentally weaponize sex all the time. I think it can happen within relationships. I think the weaponization of sex can even happen in a tongue-of-cheek, fun way. And I think that it is specific to each relationship. And again, I don't know if you should sit there and psychoanalyze all of it. But I think that if you perceive women having sex with you as giving up power, that's a you problem, not a them problem. Because I think that potentially shows that you need to not perceive women in that way rather than the other way around. Maybe I'm phrasing this wrong, but hetero men don't like to be submissive as they view it as a loss of power playing into toxic masculinity. You would be surprised. Yeah, the idea that submissiveness is associated with weakness is, I think, where they go wrong. I think where they go wrong, but you would be surprised. Of course it comes from a feminine point of view, but we can talk about a masculine perspective if you want to. I think it can be both. I just don't think you're removing power dynamics from the human experience. So I'm not sure which of the philosophers in this video I agree with or not, but I'm talking about hetero men where rubbing sunscreen on a friend is seen as gay when in reality there's nothing wrong with it, because there isn't. There's also nothing wrong with being submissive, right? The idea that in a man's brain, submissiveness is inherently feminine and associated with weakness is, again, something you have to address in your own brain. Like if I know somebody is submissive, I don't automatically assume that that makes them weak, no matter their gender, because that's weird. Like, that's not how that works. Cuck tent as a gateway activity. Lemo, I'm going to get a box of chocolates because I feel like chocolate. Life is like a box of chocolates. Some are submissive and some are dominant.
Dude Man, thank you for the 27 months again. And Pinky, thank you again for the 28 months. I'm very grateful.
And isn't that the point of fantasies like Twilight? They make it feel safe to surrender to this frightening, overwhelming force inside us. I feel like the only reasonable view for radical feminists to take is that changing society will change sexuality. But instead, Sheila argues the opposite, that we should change society by changing sexuality, by abolishing it. Sheila is aware that most people can't freely direct their own sexual orientation through acts of the will. She even cites a feminist therapist who, quote, encouraged her clients to democratize their relationships. The couples kept returning to her with a new problem. They were unable to summon up desire. Love, yes, but not desire. I think many, even most people, find that equality, like wisdom, is not exciting. And Sheila's solution for these people is celibacy. So to recap, Sheila thinks that women should live in female-only communities where no one has sex, but everyone shares a kind of vague homoeroticism. And I feel like this type of utopia already exists, and in fact has existed for hundreds of years. It's called a convent.
Lemo.
Doesn't Sheila Jeffreys want to be a nun?
This is where I belong. It's my home, my family. It's my life.
Has she reinvented Christianity? Well, no. She's invented something worse. Because at least Christianity is honest about the fact that our will does not control our lusts.
You have to live the life you were born to live.
In mainstream Christianity, the idea that we can simply choose to live a sinless life is known as Pelagian heresy.
Absolutely, Jabzo. It's the shame associated under the patriarchy with being a woman. That's how you know things aren't equal. Because if you're perceived as feminine, you're perceived as weak, you're perceived as lesser. That's what the toxic masculinity is. And that's how you know that we don't have equality, because women are still perceived that way and feminine traits are still perceived that way. That's the fucked up bit. And keeping in mind, women uphold it as well. Like, there are women who will shame you for crying. I think we'd go so far if we just realized human beings as whole people, and that you can be multiple things at once. That is my biggest frustration. You are allowed to be multiple things. You are allowed to be masculine and cry. You are allowed to be a protector and have moments of weakness.
This was refuted by Augustine, the North African theologian who argued that we all have lusted in our heart because we are of a fallen nature. We inherit the sin of Adam. We are stained from birth by the filth of concupiscence. And you might say, aren't you overthinking Twilight? No, it's the children who are underthinking it. Augustine's claim is that our will can overcome temptation with God's grace. But Christians do not make the psychologically batshit claim that we can consciously direct our lust towards virtue. Sexuality can be repressed or resisted, or it can be sublimated into creative or spiritual energy, but free will plays very little role in either love or lust. So Sheila Jeffreys' feminism is actually more
plays a big role in subscribing to Twitch.tv though. Fuck, I fucked that up. Not just Twitch.tv, this one. My one. Also, strawberry is the best flavor of chocolate. I will not be taking notes. Criticism.
More repressive than Christianity. Because at least in Christianity, you get to talk about how sinful and wretched you are. My favorite activity. Part 5. Death. Sometimes late at night, I read Twilight and I wonder, am I prepared for death? Is anyone? I've argued that sex-negative feminists are wrong about psychology, freedom, and fantasy. But are they wrong about sex? Well, Not entirely.
Uh-oh.
It sounds like an extreme provocation when radfems say things like, attached to all forms of sexual behavior are meanings of dominance and submission, power and powerlessness, conquest and humiliation. But among theorists of sexuality across the ideological spectrum, there's a surprising amount of consensus on this point. Radical feminism's mortal enemy, Dr. Father, says, the history of human civilization shows beyond any doubt that there is an intimate connection between cruelty and the sexual instinct. Libertarian Camille Paglia says, all phases of procreation are ruled by appetite. Sexual intercourse, from kissing to penetration, consists of movements of barely controlled cruelty and consumption. In other words, there's a pretty wide consensus that human sexuality is, in fact, vampiric. That is, it's ruled by hierarchy, cruelty, and consumption.
Wild.
The real disagreement is about why that is and what we should do about it. Let's address the why question. Why is sexuality vampiric? The radical feminist response is because of patriarchy. Radfems argue sadomasochism simply mirrors the social reality of male supremacy, even when inverted in female dominance or when practiced by same-sex couples whom radfems say are just imitating heterosexuality. And sure, I think patriarchy is largely responsible for default.
Everything you do is straight no matter what. What you're doing now is probably straight. No gay for you.
Male dominance, but I think sadomasochism in general has roots deeper than political inequality. Let's start by thinking about why sexuality even exists in the first place. Why can't we just be normal? We can't be normal because we're not bacteria. We can't reproduce by mitosis. In the scene where Bella and Edward are first introduced to each other, they're in a science lab looking through a microscope at the stages of mitosis.
Prophase.
Metaphase.
Anaphase.
Now, you could say that's just a coincidence, it doesn't mean anything. Okay, well, maybe everything's just a coincidence. Maybe nothing means anything. Maybe life is pointless. Asexual reproduction is fission. The cell duplicates its chromosomes and rips itself.
Hey! Tier 1 sub to Oldned's Teve.
Oh my goodness. Thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Not 1, but 2.
N_G gifted a tier 1 sub to Becca 1359.
So much free will. Also, I don't know how many chocolates I've just eaten. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll be eating 6 chocolates.
Is that too many chocolates?
I've eaten 6 chocolates. And I saved 2 mint ones for last because I was like, it's like an after chocolate dinner mint. I'm gonna get diabetes, aren't I? I'm eating like a straight person. Fuck my life.
In half, creating 2 daughter cells. So what happens to the mother cell when it divides? Is fission death? Or is it eternal life? Well, it depends what we mean by death. I promise this is about Twilight. Wait for it. Death is the dissolution of the boundaries that define individual existence. Each individual...
I think over-analyzing these factors in a personal context is stupid. But it's fun to do in an academic context.
Individual thing is distinguished from other things by its edges. The membrane of a cell, the skin of an animal, the border of a country. In asexual reproduction, the life of the species requires the death of the individual. The mother cell must split to reproduce. Sexual reproduction also contains a paradox of life and death, but instead of fission, we have fusion and fertilization, where 2 gametes merge to create
ContraPoints,
new
what we
life.
did in the shadows.
Sexuality also involves fusion at a social and emotional level. Your partner is your other half, because in love, 2 people become one entity. The Bible says 2 married people leave their father and mother and become one flesh. Even if they don't biologically reproduce, the couple is a new social union that comes into being, at the expense of their former family ties and of the boundaries that used to define 2 separate individuals. So love and sex create new life, but they also involve a kind of death. In 1912, the psychoanalyst Sabina Spielrein published a paper called Destruction as the Cause of Becoming, which sent Freud reeling into a thought spiral that led him to theorize the death drive. The question Spielrein wanted to answer is, quote, why does the most powerful drive, the reproductive drive, in addition to the expected positive feelings, harbor negative feelings such as anxiety and disgust?
Because we all want to
Spielrein
die.
is trying to explain the ambivalence, the element of fear and trembling in every sexual encounter.
Don't be a coward.
She sees the cellular merging of the two gametes, this creation of new life from the destruction of the parent cells, as an image representing the emotional conflicts of sexuality. Erotic love is always a threat to our sense of self, to our identity as a distinct individual.
Have begun to blur.
I do find that terrifying. It's like everybody wants that and resents that at every. It's like the push and the pull. That is the yin and the yang. The want to be a whole person, but also to want to know another person like that. It's fucked up shit. The human experience is fucked up shit. I do not want that. I don't know what I want. I don't think I would say that I do or I don't want it or not. I want to watch Shogun. When I was young, I feel like I tried to give that to someone under the guise that Disney told me it was possible, but I didn't get it back in return. I did get something, and I think that something was love, but it's just not. It's so interesting, right? And then all of a sudden, like, the loss that comes with connecting to another person that deeply is unimaginable. And I feel like a lot of people stop themselves because of that as well. But like, it's been very interesting watching my grandma. So like, my grandma is basically the last one alive out of all of her friends. Like, and my grandma cries whenever she talks about my grandpa. And I can't imagine like the unimaginable pain of like outliving someone you were with for 60 years. Longer. They were married for 60 years, so longer than that. And yet every day my grandma like fights to be alive. Like, my grandma is so sick. And yet she fights to be alive, to talk to us, to be. And, oh God, I don't know. I experience anticipatory grief a lot. But it is one of those things that I am attempting to work on passing in a more healthy way, because it's inevitable. You have to play along in the experience, and you have to. And the way that you do well at life is to be unafraid. Like, you can be afraid of some things, but the way you actually live is to go about it in a way that is unafraid. Yes, it is inevitable grief. Don't just say I just said fear is the mind killer.
Fucking damn it. Me. I am the next iteration of the red pill, bitches. You subscribe here, you're getting the red pill. I'm taking the vitamin D, but you're getting the red pill. Hopefully biped, but I'm not seeing it for a couple weeks because I really wanted to see it in IMAX, but it's all sold out. So I'm going as soon as I can, and I will give you a review and maybe on Girl Dozer, but red pill is like reality. Red pill is like what men on the internet used to be like. Women only like men who have 12-inch penises only. And women only like rich men who fuck. And men are genetically predisposed to want to spread their seed because there's so much seed and it must be spread. Okay? And that's just evolution, baby.
Is similar to the terror and awe of mystical experiences, encounters with God or psychedelic oneness, where you both fear and desire losing the edges of your ego. In Saint Teresa of Avila's mystical...
Well, that's a really good description of that, where it's like terrifying to lose your ego and then you also kind of want it, according to a friend of mine. Lamo.
Encounter with the angel, she, quote, saw in his hand a long spear of gold, and at the point there seemed to be a little fire. He appeared to me to be thrusting it at times into my heart, and to pierce my very...
Go by yourself, my lord. Go by yourself. Who cares? Go to the movies by yourself. I would. I do. The only reason I don't go to the movies by myself more is because I feel guilty leaving my dog for like 3 hours that I couldn't, like I don't have to leave her for. Because I feel so guilty sometimes being a single mother to my dog that I prioritize her over everything. So yeah.
Entrails. When he drew it out, he seemed to draw them out also, and to leave me all on fire.
See, I think there are certain movies that you can absolutely justify waiting to watch until like they aren't on the big screen. I don't think that Dune is one of those movies. I think Dune 2 is one of those movies that would be significantly more amazing when you go see it in a cinema. A big worm.
With a great love of God. The pain was so great that it made me moan, and yet so surpassing was the sweetness of this excessive pain that I could not wish to be rid of it. Now, the obvious atheist thing to say is that this is just like a repressed Renaissance woman getting off on Jesus. And yes, there's obviously a sexual element to this. But is that all? Couldn't it also be that both mystical and sexual experiences penetrate the edges of the self?
La petite mort. La petite mort. The little death. The French, they have a way with words. You know, I think that's why a lot of people have sex, because for a minute, you're not suffering under capitalism. For a minute, you're... Never mind.
Blurring the line between self and other can be ecstatic or terrifying, or both. It's like when you eat too many mushrooms and melt into the universal mind lattice. Whenever boundaries become unstable, a crisis of identity occurs. Xenophobic people experience immigration as a violation of the nation's borders.
Build that wall. Build that wall. Build that wall. Build that wall.
It's a crisis of national identity they conceptualize as invasion. I think that paranoia about vaccines is of a similar type. The physical boundary of our bodies is our skin, which is punctured by the needle. The government is coercing us into being injected.
Anything that's not natural is bad for you. You're being penetrated by a chemical that's bad for you. Chat. Chocolate, sugar, milk solids, cocoa butter, cocoa mass, emulsifiers, soy, 476, natural flavor, sugar, dark chocolate, natural flavor, glucose syrup, sweetened condensed milk, honeycomb, sorbitol, applesauce, ground coffee, flavors, salt, emulsifier, colors, 129, 155, 133, 102, 160A, acidity regulator. Anyway, I've been penetrated. Penetration anxiety is really weird. Yeah, it's really weird when it comes to anti-vaxxers and like purists.
Penetrated. It causes deep fears about bodily integrity that people rationalize with conspiracy theories. For radical feminist Andrea Dworkin, intercourse is inherently invasion. It's occupation, it's annihilation. Dworkin views penetration as an atrocity committed against women by men, tantamount to colonization and war crimes. I think she overstates the case somewhat. Is it really invasion if the invader was invited in? The argument is that women are coerced into consenting, that no woman would consent to intercourse without coercion, and you can decide for yourself if you find that empowering or extremely condescending. I think penetration can be reconceptualized as giving, as offering, as an act of service, but let's be honest, most of the time, penetration is associated with dominance. Don't men have sexual paranoias of their own? In romance, men fear viscosity, the overly attached girlfriend. In sex, men sometimes fear engulfment, devouring, castration, losing part of themselves in the woman, their precious bodily fluids.
Oh God, not having sex with a woman and actually liking her. Oh, God forbid. Oh, that's the worst. Oh, God, not actually liking the person you're fucking. Oh, terrible. Feelings in a man? Disgusting. You can say vagina. I always say vagina. Why would I not say vagina? What? I have no problem with the word vagina. Say vagina. Oh, you were talking to another chatter. Chat, vagina's not a bad word. It's okay. Okay? I just remember that I am just a girl, and I do assume that if you are typing in my chat, you are talking to me. Because I am the center of the universe and everything is all about me. Subscribe today. Okay, Elon. Vagina matata. What a wonderful hole. Oh, sorry.
Sense my power, and they seek the life essence.
Not all fears are...
That's what I'm doing every time I have sex, seeking other people's life essence. To take it away from them. It's true. Because I am an evil woman, And I do believe that the depiction of evil women in society is lacking. Life goal. Steal life force. It's like Star Wars, but sexy.
Equally valid. I do think the penetrated partner is made more vulnerable in most cases, if I may adjudicate as the Tiresias in this debate. In both penetration and devouring, the boundaries between people are violated. Violation may be fundamental to sexuality, even when there is no penetration. Freud's partial drives, oral, anal, and phallic, all involve the movement of a substance into or out of the body. Simply the act of stripping naked destroys a boundary. And at the interior emotional level, desire is a wound. Subjectively, desire feels violating. Anne Carson says, when I desire—
You're so weak. When you desire, you are so weak. That is why so many men hate women as well, because they desire them and it feels like an attack on their power. Because they're like, oh God, I am at the hands of a woman. Bitch. Fucking stupid cunt making me feel this way. I hate women. They're so evil, making me feel this desire. Like, legitimately, that's what men do with that.
Desire you,
sometimes.
A part of
not
me
all
is
men.
Gone. Your lack is my lack. I would not be in want of you unless you had partaken of me. The lover reasons. A hole is being gnawed in my vitals, says Sappho. Theocritus says, you have sucked my blood. This is why vampirism is a metaphor for sexuality in Twilight, and in most vampire media. In Midnight Sun, we learn what Edward is thinking next to Bella in biology, holding his breath to avoid, quote, sinking my teeth through that fine, thin, see-through skin to the hot, wet, pulsing. There's a reason my books have a lot of innocence. Masculine and feminine sexual hazards are blended in vampires, who both penetrate you and devour your precious bodily fluids. They have an androgynous appeal. Both male and female vampires are capable of penetrating and capable of sucking. It's probably one reason there's so many LGBT vampires, and lesbian vampires in particular. The lesbian vampire is an oral sadist. For Freud, the oral stage is, quote, cannibalistic pregenital sexual organization. Here, sexual activity has not yet been separated from the ingestion of food. The sexual aim consists in the incorporation of the object. Adult sexuality develops out of infantile roots, beginning with the hunger for mommy's milk. Freud considers it an infantile regression, but I, for one, stand by the oral stage. I think it's a fine stage. Babies are little vampires. They drink sustenance from what they love. Vampirism is a subgenre of cannibalism, and cannibalism is usually connected in some way.
Yes, Freud is important to quote in context sometimes for the basis of a lot of these ideas that manage to appear in our society. Do you know what I mean? Not that they are correct, but I mean, there are some stages that these babies go through, and they definitely go through an oral stage. If you have ever nannied children, I have. I nannied my way through uni. That's why I got all my maternal instinct out of the way. Joking. I then became a streamer and continued to provide maternal instinct on a broader scale. Anyway, not the point. What is the point that I am making? The point that I'm making is that if you have nannied or looked after children for any significant amount of time at a very particular age, you'll notice that they put literally everything in their mouth. Is it edible? No. Is it going in their mouth? Yes. It's so fucking weird because it's an exploratory thing. They're like, okay, this has some edges. It's so weird. But it is a thing that happens. It's very real. He was not wrong. And that's why you all like sucking dick. I'm joking. That's Freud, not me. I didn't make that up. That's Freud. So.
With the urge to merge.
I don't even know where you end and I begin.
Reddit user Susi Meme Bavaran explains, the thing about vor that appeals to me is the closeness and intimacy between the two parties involved. I mean, it's literally letting someone inside you. In a weird and abstract way, it's really cute. Think of it like cuddling taken to the extreme. Aw, these are not realistic cannibal fantasies. Most people into vor have no interest in literally consuming.
Wait, what is vor? Chat, I'm just a baby fan. I don't know what vor is. Wait, being vor is a being swallowed whole, often by a monster. Being consumed whole. So the subject is conscious for digestion. Wait, so you're telling me it's Pinocchio? When Pinocchio gets eaten by the whale? That's vor? No. But you see the digestion. Oh, usually closer in size. Chat, sometimes I regret the education that I get on the internet. I give you so much, and what I get in return is vor. I don't want to click this link. Vorophilia. Oh. Right. Well. Huh. I love how Pixel pretends not to know things to maintain trad image. I'm not maintaining trad image. I know things. I know more than you will ever know. But I don't know what vor is. And I think that's okay. You know, everybody has their little corner of the internet. Mine's not the vor corner. It's just not. Mine is the Dramione smart corner. You're welcome. Now shush. Wait till you see the fan art. Oh, God.
Consuming human flesh. But of course, there's always that 1 in a million psycho who takes things too far and ruins it for everyone. Cannibal lust killer Jeffrey Dahmer claims he selected victims based on physical beauty, killing and eating them, quote,
not because I was angry with them, not because I hated them, but because I wanted to keep them with me, possess them permanently. It was a way of making me feel that they were a part of me.
Male serial killers, they don't even make use of the skin. Even Dahmer's outlandish crimes are just a morally deranged enactment of totally commonplace erotic themes: possession, dominance, fusion, eternal life and death. French philosopher and pervert Georges Bataille says, quote, the urge towards love, pushed to its limit, is an urge toward death. What does physical eroticism signify if not a violation of the very being of its practitioners? A violation bordering on death, bordering on murder. Love is fusion, and fusion entails a kind of death. Death and reproduction are deeply connected in human symbolism. Most religious traditions connect death to some form of rebirth, reincarnation, resurrection, rapture. Many people feel that having children is their path to immortality, and that's true in a way, but in another sense, you're raising the generation that will replace you. In literature and mythology, love often leads to death. Romeo and Juliet, Hades and Persephone, Tristan and Isolde, Madame Bovary, Anna Karenina.
Do you ever feel sad for all your wasted sperm? Like, I know that, like, for women, we get it, right? Every time we have a period, it's our body screaming at us that we did not continue the bloodline. But you don't think about your wasted sperm? That's male privilege. See? Just another way Just another version of male privilege all over the fucking world. Honestly, repent.
Not Jack Titanic. Shakespeare says desire is death. The French call orgasm le pain quotidien. Twilight's epigraph is Genesis 2:17. But of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it, for in the day that thou eatest thereof thou shalt surely die. The fruit of the forbidden tree brings lust and death into the world. James 1:15. Then when lust hath conceived, it bringeth forth sin, and sin, when it is finished, bringeth forth death. Is there any other YouTuber who quotes scripture as much as I do? I feel like we're always cracking open the goddamn Bible. Well, crack open your Bibles. Romans 6:23. For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. So lust is death, sin is death.
Pixel needs to pee. Lust is death, sin is death. We're all dead. And alive at the same time.
Do you need to do wee-wees? Come on.
I just want to cuddle her. It's okay. It's okay. Her cough's going through one of those stages where it's a bit bad. I need to take her back out to the country. I don't know. Fairy Pixel will be sick until she dies, my friends. Pixel has heart disease. And the medication that they tried to give her did not go well. And I don't want to give it, I don't want to try again. Maybe I will change my mind because sometimes I do feel a bit like an anti-vaxxer. But like while Pixel still has like a decent quality of life, I don't know. Do you think it makes me an anti-vaxxer? I'm really traumatized by what happened when I put her on the medication. Like, what happened. She went on the medication, and I woke up in the middle of the night, and she's hiding in a corner of my apartment, hyperventilating. And for the next 4 hours, she wouldn't eat, wouldn't drink, and was like full-blown hyperventilating. And I just, yeah. Anyway. And now, like, she's really happy most of the time. So it's sort of better without it. I mean, there's no fixing it, right? There's no fixing it. She has heart disease. It's degenerative. But I want her to be comfortable, and putting her on the medication was an attempt to make her more comfortable. It's possible it was just a weird feeling she might get used to. Very much so, but like, I know this is going to sound really, 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 really stupid, but I think the taking of the pills, like, made her think something was wrong. Like, I don't necessarily think that she thinks anything's wrong right now because she's had her little cough for so long. And so giving her pills makes her think something's wrong a little bit. I don't know. Yeah, like a reverse placebo kind of. Anyway, and she's got 2 little lumps that they biopsied. And they were not cancerous. But they also think that she might have cancer, because sometimes benign lumps can be indicative of cancer. How old is she? She's 8. But she's had a pretty troubled little life. Look how cute we are, though. Are you comfy? You want to hop down? Nope. It's okay. It was the main cause of my mental illness over the last couple of months. It sent me a bit mad because I can't really picture my life without this dog. But I am learning to not let it consume me because, yeah. I got her, she was 12 weeks old when I got her. She was a gift. I was not expecting her. Yep, that was the thing that happened. Yeah.
But the death of Jesus Christ is eternal life. Christians are united with Christ and incorporated into his
Oh, I forgot that we were at Jesus.
sacrifice in the ritual blood drinking of the Eucharist. Sacrifice, desire, crucifixion, reproduction, death, and resurrection. All of these ideas are symbolically related in the Western imagination. And this is the network of associations Stephenie Meyer evokes in Twilight. Before her wedding, Bella has bloody nightmares anticipating vampire transformation and, I assume, symbolizing defloration.
Wedding jitters.
The marriage is violently consummated, leaving Bella bruised and instantly pregnant. The baby is a vampire sucking the life from her body. Childbirth is agonizing death.
I did forget that she gets instantly pregnant.
Has any other popular author ever dwelled so much on the violence of childbirth? Bella's body is destroyed, giving birth to Renesmee. The baby cracks her spine, it bites her breast, her baby-crazed sister-in-law performs a C-section without anesthesia. The book is even more graphic. Bella is vomiting.
How about we get you an ice block? I think you would like that. Should we get you an ice block? Come on.
Hold on. Yeah, I think you would like. I think you're a bit hot.
Pixel. There you go.
Chad, I might save the last third. I know I'm about to be annoying as fuck. I really did want to finish it. She's licking it now. Yes, do a pause. I have to go out soon anyway. I know, but it means we don't get back to the end of it until Monday. Oh. Yeah, I'm going to stop. She's licking the ice block. You want to see? Can you see? Kind of. Ignore my pajamas. She likes it so much. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh no, we're free reign. Let me stabilize the blocker. Also, I've got a pack. Smart. Smart thing to end stream. Smart. Okay. And do laundry? I did it all. I put it away while we were watching. All done. Well, I'm basically organized to pack. Everything's out on my table. I just have to put it in the suitcase. I just didn't want to forget anything. I won't post pictures. You don't post pictures until the bride posts pictures. So I'm sure there'll be rules I can definitely ask, but often with weddings you don't post pictures because, you know, it's not respectful. But yeah, I'll make sure I ask, and if I can, I will. Obviously. Fuck. Yeah, I will definitely have fun. For sure. Can't believe we didn't make it through this video. You gotta let us know if you catch the bouquet. I'm not even gonna try and catch the bouquet, okay? It would have to, like, hit me in the face. You guys. Is it a big or a small wedding? Depends on what you consider a big or a small wedding. I think it's like 80 people. So pretty small, I think. More flowers to dry. Uh-huh. I don't know what that means. So far, Vox. Oh, arancini. I do like an arancini bowl. Wow, I'm literally hitting a wall so hard I can barely.
Let's read Ari.
A chocolate crash. It probably is a sugar crash. Let's be honest, it probably is.
You're right over there, doll? I am finished. Chat, be good to yourselves, alright? Hi, Mamira. Bye, Mamira. I'm leaving. You okay? Hi, Mara. Bye, Mara. Have a good one. I am in the bridal party. I shall. Chat, I'll see you Monday.